Ladies, gentlemen, there's
Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Now you guys can hear me. There we go. Hey, Jag Legion. I don't know how to say your name. Jagaret Leon? I don't know. Maybe something like that. But I think you can hear me now. Welcome. So, seeing that no one was able to hear me for the first little bit while I was talking, I was just saying that apparently Steven, the director of Ashes of Creation, had an interview with Asmongold in Allcraft, and I was not aware of this. So, I have a lot to say about the alpha and what it looks like, how it plays and stuff, but I thought we would watch this interview, see what he has to say. I think they're going to talk about other stuff besides the alpha. If it's only the alpha, then we might skip it, but yeah, let's go for this.
ladies, gentlemen, there's not much that could stop me and Asmon from hanging out in the FC with all of our cat girl friends and drinking Fantasia. But there is one man who, on his birthday as well, and Steven, we got to thank you.
Wow.
Happy birthday. Thank you for coming on the show. On your birthday. Everybody in chat, be sure to...
Happy birthday, dude. I didn't know that.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
No, I turned 36, but I feel like I'm turning about 70 today.
Oh my gosh,
it was unfortunate timing, though. I put the test weekend on the birthday.
I thought he was like 50 or something.
Time.
And I think a lot of people are going to be having a great time as well with the test weekend. We hit you up kind of last minute because we're very excited for the test weekend. We have a lot of questions to ask you. And I think one of the first things that we'll just jump right into this one because we don't want to. I think there's so much that we have to talk about that we kind of have to dive right in. One of the first things that I want to ask you, Steven, is going into a weekend like this, what is the focus? What is the team actually trying to accomplish? What are you going to be looking for?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a good question. What's the point of
this? Is our first alpha of the MMORPG, and we have done a lot of work. And we've kind of adopted this transparent development process to show our community a peek under the hood, so to speak, because building an MMORPG is a massive undertaking, and ours is a particularly ambitious one. So, it's always good, in my opinion, to get feedback as early as possible. The most important thing I would say that we're looking for as a development team is a lot of metrics on the core systems, on our server architectures, on performance,
What's
on
up,
stability,
Tyson?
on
welcome to the live stream, man.
These core systems, the node system propagation, the character progression,
we're just checking out the
NPC behaviors. There's a lot of core functionality that Alpha is intending to kind of provide us good metrics with. But at the same time, it's also about letting the players see the progress in the development and giving an opportunity for even those who aren't participating in the alpha to kind of view it from an unprescribed perspective, right? Like getting a look at it from other players, seeing the good, the bad, the ugly. In my opinion, it's a good thing to do that, because if you don't do that, like, you can get into a scenario where you've gone through the development of a game and it's too late to make significant pivots and significant changes, and you like, okay, we're debuting this in beta and people get to see and provide feedback, and then like it's too late to make significant changes before launch occurs, right? And I think
that's
a lot of us as players have kind of seen that play out on a few games that we participated in.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And it's never a good feeling. It's never a good feeling for the players, never a good feeling for the developers.
So I think it also helps players manage their expectations too. Like, this is the most gameplay we've seen in the crappiest form, right? Like, the game hopefully will only get better from here. So if we partake in all this alpha gameplay that's sort of crappy, I mean, let's be honest, it's kind of awesome. It's crappy. Like, I think it'll help us match our expectations.
I think it's a good trend
too.
If as like the industry progresses, like we, at least from a company perspective, from a development perspective, like we lose that fear of showing early progress, because oftentimes, marketing departments will look and say, "Hey, we only get one opportunity to show the game, so to speak."
Block,
right?
Yeah,
you can't always trust that like players are going to look at an alpha and say, "Okay, this isn't finished yet, and there's a long way to go still." And they make their kind of, they make their judgment at the alpha stage, and we won't ever recoup those users. Like, I don't believe that. I think obviously there are going to be individuals who make kind of assumptions and maybe don't go into an alpha with the right expectations. And, it's on behalf of the company to express that. It's on behalf of streamers and content creators to kind of help give the message out like this is an alpha. And I think we can trust that gamers are going to look at that and say, all right, well, here's things I'd like to see change. Here's things I enjoyed in previous games that I played, and like, how can we view this progress as development continues? So that's kind of like our two-toned agenda with alpha is one, obviously collecting the data that we need to collect and testing the systems we want to test, but two is also setting expectations so the players know this isn't a content test, right? This is a more technical oriented test. This is us making sure the servers are standing up and don't fall on their face, and like players can connect and we get the concurrencies that we want and the performance that we're looking for. Right. And that's I think a really important part of it.
I think people went into this alpha test having the wrong expectations. I mean, he keeps saying it's not playing the game, it's just an actual test where we're testing systems and stuff. But I think people were still a little hyped to see some gameplay, right? And so him saying this, it's like, the whole managing the player expectations is really important.
I think that, when I look at the project as a whole, Asmon and I, obviously no strangers to the MMORPG scene. We've been hurt a lot. We've been promised
the beaten dog analogy.
The metaphor. Beaten dog analogy.
Very well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, after being MMORPG players for so long, it's really affected our hairlines to the point that our hairline actually matches the logo for NordVPN, the official sponsor of the show.
Yes.
And going into looking at Ashes of Creation, I have to admit, I was at first a little bit dubious, right? Because I'm looking at all of the systems, and I'm like, this is what I want. How can they all be there? And and it's just like, I don't trust anyone at this point. And then we had the opportunity to hear you on a lot of different streams, and I started to believe again. And I have so many questions about how hard it's been for you guys to get so many varying systems up off the ground and making them functional. And I kind of want to start with the node system, because to me, as somebody who, have some background in game design, a lot of background in playing really bad MMORPGs and really good MMORPGs, I looked at the node system as one of those systems where if everything's going perfectly and you have the right amount of players, it's going to be one of the most exciting systems I've ever played. But if there aren't enough players, is it going to feel interactive? If there are too many players, are you going to have those FOMO moments where you're trying to rush from area to area to hit these large scale events at the right time? How does a system like that actually come together? How hard has it been to get it off the ground?
It actually, that's a good question. Funny enough, the node system, while it's extremely intricate and has a lot of components as part of the design of that system, it wasn't too difficult to get off the ground. But going back, I think first, even before we get into the node thing,
probably from a technical standpoint,
the reason I started Intrepid is because of the feelings that you expressed when you first heard of Ashes, right? Like when I use that beaten dog analogy, like I was a part of the beaten dog syndrome. The reason I wanted to undertake creating an MMORPG, as crazy as this has been, is because as a player, my a large portion of my like social development growing up, because I started working at a young age, was through MMORPGs, like jumping onto Ventrilo and like hanging out with your friends in your guild and going and defeating the bosses and playing, going through dungeons and getting wiped and like spending hours trying to kill, the giant dragon, or, having the enemies guilds fighting for castles, stuff like that was my experience. That was like my social development for the most part. And so MMOs had like a really special place in my heart. I started playing when I was 7 years old with Neverwinter Nights on AOL, and pretty much played every MMO, since then. And I was really disillusioned with the state of the genre, because it seemed like a lot of the MMOs that we were getting as a player base, at least in a Western audience, was Eastern ports over, right? And a lot of times, like, they had cool mechanics and good stuff, but the monetization practices completely destabilized any player-driven economy, or the retention of those players, and it was just so
ridiculous.
It was so ridiculous. I mean, it's terrible. I have the story of like this one game I was playing, and there was this mount that I really wanted, and they introduced the mount. It was a bear in this loot box, and like it was a super rare bear mount, and I purchased so many. I'm ashamed of myself for doing it, but like I purchased so many of these loot boxes. Like I think I spent like $700 to get this bear. It wasn't like anything special. It was just a cool looking bear. It wasn't like a powerful bear. It was no like difference in game design or anything.
700.
And literally the next month they put the bear on the marketplace for $10, and I was just
oh my god! What did you get it? You got the bear, right?
I got the bear after like $700.
Right.
And I was just so freaking pissed. And then like the next thing they did, there was like this super integral component of the economy was like these unique types of trees that you would grow and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was super rare. And like they introduced this like unique seedling in the marketplace that you could buy for like a few dollars, and it would have an 80% chance to get this, what would normally be like a 1% chance to get the tree thing. And I'm like, you have players and you have guilds, and you have people that devote literally countless hours to setting up infrastructure on farms and to get this particular item, and it's the backbone of the economy. And you introduce this in the cash shop? Are you guys crazy? Like so I lost half my guild when that happened. So anyways, like that was like the staging point for me to start thinking about,
so
all right.
The seed, it wasn't just a seed. It was the seed for Ashes of Creation as well. Is that what you're saying?
It was a seed for Ashes. That's a guy. I never thought about that. It was literally the seed for Ashes of Creation. No, I was like, this is why I wanted to start, my own company, to create my own project. And luckily, it was serendipitous because I lived in San Diego, and a lot of our team, which we have an unbelievably, amazingly talented team, a lot of them come from, they're ex-Sony guys, and they worked on like EverQuest and Star Wars Galaxies and DC Universe and stuff like that. So we have a lot of incredible talent, and it was really fortunate, to be in San Diego and be able to attract that talent. But yeah, no, I mean, from a perspective, like the backbone of the design of Ashes of Creation is the node system, right? And the node system is all about like how, when I was thinking about the general designs for Ashes, I was like, how can we incorporate a system that helps to develop the world, and not just like the buzzwords that we've always heard, like, player driven world, and, all these like living, breathing. Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get in and it's just like, no, I'm on another theme park ride. Like I'm going from point A to point B. And then, those previous stations don't matter in my experience, but like, how can we keep the world changing? And nodes was one of those systems that, actually, I had incorporated in a previous.
Such a good idea.
I don't know if you guys ever play like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I'm like a huge Pathfinder fan. I love D&D 3.5, and Pathfinder does, in my opinion, did a great job of like extending that rule set. And there's a particular system or book in Pathfinder that allows you to like set up city development so that players, like during the off week, they can like message the GM. And I was often the GM for these campaigns. And so I started with the idea for Ashes of Creation actually was a custom Pathfinder campaign. So they would like send me like, hey, I'm setting up a business. I have like the leadership feat at 7th level. I've attracted this amount of followers, and I have my cohort, and they're like setting up this tavern, and I want to attract like people to my village. And I was like, all right, I'm going to create some custom rule sets around like how, village progression can work, and like, is that going to become a thriving metropolis over time, and like, how do story arcs hook into that, and quest lines,
I had no idea
spawn from that based on like the location of that particular village you decided. Did you put it near like, Fanghorn Forest or something, or did you put it across the mountain, and like, how does that influence the encounters that you guys are going to have and stuff like that? So that was like the starting point for me from a design perspective on node systems. But node systems, they're not like any unique difficult technology, you know what I mean? They're utilizing existing tech, and they're relatively easy to stand up. It's really about the content, because what I've experienced, I don't know if you guys have as well, but like when you talk about sandbox games, I've always oftentimes experienced in sandbox games that it was an excuse for the developers to kind of like not create a lot of curated content, but rather rely on players to have this like player-driven mechanics, like political ones, or crafting and stuff like that, and not necessarily have to have a lot of storylines. But
I've never thought about that when it comes to sandbox games. The developers, all they do is focus on making like maybe a cool sandbox to play in, and just let the people go. And how easy that is. Like, I feel like it's way easier to build a cool sandbox than it is to like have an RPG, right? Where you have stories and quests, and I don't know. I never thought about it that way.
That was cheap, because if you're going to offer the player doors and add behind every door is just the player doing more things and not something that's given to them as a story, as an encounter, as content per se, then it's kind of a meaningless choice. So the nodes are really just a hallway of doors. Those behind every door is a different type of content, and depending on how the communities determine which nodes they're going to progress, which cultures are the primary contributor to that, nodes reflect those cultures, nodes reflect those decisions, and it offers those doors that have then the different types of raid boss, the different spawn tables that happen, the different reward tables, organizations that get introduced, whether it be religious or guild oriented. All of these systems through the nodes,
it's really cool,
is how we kind of surface content to the players, and it's an integral component of the world's development. So standing that up was like our first objective. I think it was like back in 2017. We had our first like node experience collection, because nodes have these zones of influence around them that kind of collect player activity, whether you kill a monster, or you harvest a resource, or you craft something.
Taxes?
They do. Nodes do collect taxes. Yes. So nodes have player governments, and they have different types of elections that can exist. Right now in alpha, you're going to experience the scientific government.
Yeah, but in alpha, it was bugged, right? Like if you set taxes for a node, it made it so you couldn't buy any items. It kind of caused a bug.
And that is essentially players become citizens. They must own property to become citizens. There's 3 ways that you can own property, whether through an instanced apartment building that the government can elect to build, static housing that exists within the node, or freehold systems that players can place down. When they have that property, they may then apply for a citizenship. You may only ever have a citizenship to one node, and that grants you certain access to different types of content wheels. Then you elect a government, and the scientific method is through democratic election. We have military nodes that actually are arena. You fight to the death for the mayor. We have a religious, which is more service-oriented, kind of repeated quest completions. And then you have economic, which is kind of oligarchical, which is kind of like an oligarchy, where you kind of bid for the mayorship, and then the mayor can select the tax rate. That tax rate gets applied to merchants, that gets applied to purchasing a property, it gets applied to different services, and then a portion of those taxes actually flow up to the governing castle as well. So there's 5 regions over the primary world, and each region has a castle that has influence over the nodes, and they collect a portion of those taxes as well.
Okay, so a random person in chat actually just asked this question, so I wanted to ask you really quickly. If your friend is a very popular streamer, let's say your best friend is a really popular streamer, could you profit off of the taxes which he charges?
No. So the taxes, when applied to a node, actually are kept within the node's coffers and must be spent on specific services and or defenses that can apply to the node. So it's not like, oh, I get elected as mayor, I'm going to collect these taxes and now I'm just going to pocket the money.
There's no corruption.
Have you considered changing that mechanic?
There's no corruption. Is that right? Wow.
Okay,
wow.
To be fair,
Changes
the player.
everything.
Okay, to be fair, there could be underhanded tactics that get applied. So, for example, mayors have control over setting up trade agreements. They have control over setting up caravans that transfer goods between different nodes, applying alliances or war states between the nodes. So, a mayor could, let's say, for example, determine, hey, I have 2 available trade agreements that I can create with different nodes nearby. Let me talk to the mayor or the guild that's predominant there, and let me see what they're willing to provide me in order to influence what trade agreement I decide to set up. So there could be some systems that take into account a little bit of underhanded tactics there.
Well, it's just a give and take. That's really all it is. It makes perfect sense. So for anybody who's not as familiar with the node system, let's say your node is next to a mountain. What is the evolution cycle of that node?
Right. So nodes share different. So, in a base state, a node is not present. So like you're walking across the world, you don't see a node there. You see a landscape, you see some monsters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
As you begin to do things and the node is collecting experience in the background, it's going to propagate or threshold up to like a crossroads. Now you're going to get some NPCs there. The NPCs are going to indicate to you what type of node it is, right? The scientific, military, are they going to be scholars? Are they going to be priests? Are they going to be military people, right?
Yeah.
So then you're going to get an idea, okay, well, I know now what type of node this is. Do I want to continue my efforts in helping to create this node, so to speak? There's going to be new systems and services that come online. There's going to be new merchants that are there at each stage. There's going to be new quest lines, and those quest lines are going to pull from the surrounding area, right? So nodes share points of interest, right? And points of interest get placed in a form across the world. And as nodes advance, when they get to that village stage, their borders are constantly growing, and they're locking out neighboring nodes from advancing as well. So we have 103 total different nodes that will exist in the world at launch.
That's interesting.
And when they reach a certain stage,
do you guys know? I swear I listened to this in another interview, but I can't remember. Are the nodes procedurally generated, or are they pretty static? Like, do they go in and design every level of the node, or is it procedurally different each time? Like, if you were to destroy a node and then rebuild it, would it look the exact same as it did before?
They start to activate that government system, that citizenship that's at stage 3. They can go all the way up from a crossroads to an encampment, to a village, to a town, to a city, eventually a metropolis, right? And a metropolis is going to cover or have influence over 1/5 of the total world size.
You're pretty sure it's the same?
At each stage, they're then accessing and spawning new things at the nearby points of interest when their culture expands to incorporate that point of interest. So that means that quest hooks are going to relate location-wise to the nearby points of interest. So for example, if your village advances near a mountain, like you said, maybe there's going to be mines as a dungeon, or there's going to be certain types of mountainous foes that come out in a...
But see, that's interesting, because there's lots of different types of nodes too. So I guess, they would have to build out the node so that it would be the same each time. But that it will also change with the predominant race, right? Because the node will take on the appearance of the race. And then also the node might be different if it's a different kind of node, like a scientific one, opposed to like a market one. So I wonder if they're just going to put like, here are where the walls go, and then the walls just change. And like the building layouts stay the same, but I don't know. We'll have to see how it works, but
events and try to attack
it would
the
probably
nodes
be
and disable
different,
services
at least a little different each time.
Kill certain, like a dragon, exactly right. Or if you're near a harbor, it might be a kraken. These are the types of advancements that reflect kind of the way the server's going to evolve. And the cool thing I think about how nodes interface with the server progression is that each server is going to experience different types of progressions, and that's something that's cool to me too, because historically in MMOs I've played, I don't know about you guys, but like I really each server is the same, and the new player experience follows generally the same path that players who came before experienced. And that can be kind of cool because you have some familiarity, but at the same time, it can be a little lackluster because all the guides online, like, you know exactly what you're getting into. There's no exploration, there's no adventure. There's like, all right, let me just rush through these beginning content areas.
Well, that's what roller coaster MMORPGs are, right? Like, you're on a track, and it's fun and exciting, and there's different turns and loops and stuff that you go through, but there's like a specific track you have to follow until you hit the end game.
And these, core quest
lines. This will be
lines
different
so that I can get to the
there'll be no
end
track.
Game.
It'll just be like exploring, basically.
What nodes provide is it's very likely, since it's based off player heat mapping in the world, that for the first like 6 months of a particular server's lifespan, you're going to have the majority of the large nodes exist near the starting areas. So you're not going to experience what traditionally has been a problem for MMORPGs, where like you enter the world and the biggest attraction of the MMO, which is that social interaction, is not present for you for the first 50 levels because nobody else is there, right? Like that's the crappy thing I've experienced, and like partly why I don't like to even join MMOs that launch, after 6 months. I want to be there when the party. Yeah, exactly. You're late to the party, and it's
playing a game.
And I think that's why everyone rushes to the end game too, right? It's because that's where all the people are.
On day one feels so good, man. Like, it's awesome. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody wants to do everything. I love that. And so you're saying that each server is going to have its own different way that it evolves. So for example, like with a lot of games, like you have stage 1, 2, 3, and 4, and most servers just go through 1, 2, 3, and 4. And what you're saying is there could be stage A, B, C, or D. They're completely different directions.
And not only that, but actually those stages are regionalized. So for example, one particular region of the map might be more advanced than the far side of the map, right? So it's kind of based on how the player population moves. So for example, if there are different starting areas, like we have different starting areas based on kind of the race, because players are returning to this kind of forsaken world that's had a apocalyptic history. The primary antagonists are these kind of firstborn of the gods that turned to the dark side, and like they came and
wait, what? Is this the lore? I'm gonna go back.
If there are different starting areas, like we have different starting areas based on kind of the race, because players are returning to this kind of forsaken world that's had a apocalyptic history. The primary antagonists are these, kind of firstborn of the gods that turned to the dark side, and like they came and in these harbinger comets and like landed on this planet, and they killed off the the children of the gods, the dwarves, the elves, the humans, and the orcs, and then they evacuated this planet of Vera to Sanctus and through the portals, and now they're returning thousands of years later because the goddess of creation's avatar is this phoenix, and the spark of life is kind of bringing these people back to the world. And now you're rediscovering what was your lost, ancestors' home, and these adversaries that are, just filled with corruption are like perverting every part of the landscape. So based on how player population looks and where players choose to start, because you can select a race like human, but not necessarily have to start at the human starting area. You can choose to start at a different portal because you're coming from.
Whoa, that is so cool. So the idea is we are returning to a planet that our ancestors once lived on. So it'd be kind of cool, like, let's say, because I'm kind of leaning towards orc right now. I don't know, it kind of changes with every day that passes, but let's say I'm an orc character, then I come back to this land of Vera, and I see these ruins, like, of my forefathers, these orc ruins, and I have to like discover how they were destroyed, discover these like old gods that he's talking about. That maybe he didn't say old gods. What did he say? Yeah, these like ancient creatures and gods that destroyed my forefathers. Like, that's an interesting lore setup.
Sanctus, right?
It allows for a lot of the exploration too, and like further expansions, expanding on that idea, finding new areas that were like, what if a mountain opens up all of a sudden and we found this like dwarven ruin inside that was once destroyed. I don't know.
It'd be based really on how different server populations evolve will determine how that heat map of node progression exists in that particular server, and it's going to completely change the dynamic of what that world looks like from a regionality standpoint.
That's really
and
cool.
One of the things I was saying was like, that problem of entering into that empty, landscape of starting areas isn't going to be present in Ashes, because those starting areas will likely be the most advanced nodes over the first 6 months, let's say, of a server's lifetime. So as players join in, they're going to be in a highly populated area where end game players or higher level players are coming back to that node to receive the quest lines, to participate in the organizations. That's their guild hall location. It's like you're going to be thrust into the middle of this highly social environment where players are all around you while you're doing your early level stuff. And actually that early level stuff is going to be compounded by the opportunities you now have at this node that's been established nearby that people in a linear history didn't get to experience when they first started the game. It's going to be a completely different experience for players 6 months down the road than it will be for players who were there on day one. And I think that's a cool kind of history that is unique. It's not the same process every time a new player joins. Exactly.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to be hanging out around the main towns at the beginning. I kind of want to just get my guild and run out to this far reach and just totally dominate an area, try to level it up. Maybe this is a stupid idea, but I kind of like the idea of not being with this giant crowded area of people and just going out exploring, starting your own little settlement.
So different servers.
I was gonna say the same thing as you, Rich. I think is that
that you could RP in different places on different servers.
Yeah, and it's each server has its own story, and so if you're playing on one server and you want to re-roll on another server, you're gonna have a slightly different Ashes of Creation experience.
Exactly.
Wow. That's
okay.
Cool.
Okay,
cool.
So I want to do a little thought experiment.
The replayability.
This one might be a little bit tricky because everything with the nodes sounds very exciting to a player like me as well. But let's pretend, let's pretend for a second that I'm an idiot and I'm not really great at understanding systems or playing video games in general. And I'm just walking through the world and the nodes are, can you be a player and not really understand the nodes and still enjoy the game and just take it as it comes?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, when you think about what is your normal MMO experience that we have as MMO, okay, so the MMO player base is typically an aging demographic. Unfortunately, right now, over the last decade, newer generation of gamers have joined, different genres, and they didn't get the experience of being a part of, a major MMORPG launch and that unique social component that MMOs provide. And so they don't really know what it's, in my opinion, they don't really know what it's like to be part of that. That standard kind of experience is all right, I'm getting in, I have my adventuring class, I'm going to go out there and fight, monsters, I'm going to progress, I'm going to acquire gear, I'm going to make friends, I'm going to, go from these kind of quest points to quest points, and I'm going to explore this world that I've never seen before, and I'm going to come across materials in the world that I want to gather and then sell into the economy. All of those systems exist without nodes progressing. So that normal kind of progression will exist. The thing about nodes is as you're doing that normal progression, the nodes are growing with you based on every one of those types of actions, right? They're collecting that experience that you collect as well, and that all the other players around collect. So it'll be relatively easy for crossroads to start spawning all over the world. And then it'll be, a little bit more difficult for encampments to spawn, and maybe a little bit more difficult for villages, and so on and so forth. So you can expect on day one, crossroads are going to be present immediately. You can expect probably on day two that some encampments are going to spawn up. And then maybe it'll take day 5 or 7 for some villages to spawn. And then maybe it'll take a couple of weeks for a town to get up there. And then maybe it'll take a month for a city, and then a month and a half for a metropolis, right? These are the types of ideas we have for how node progression will work and complement what the traditional, game loop of an MMORPG is. It's not to necessarily invent the wheel. Look, we want to have some familiarity as MMORPG gamers. I mean, that's what makes MMOs. So you keep that familiarity, and then you innovate in ways that complement. And that's how the node systems kind of do that.
Yeah,
that's pretty interesting, because like from a Crossroads to a Metropolis, that's like 2.5. Like I just did the math real quick, but that's like 2.5, 3 months for a Crossroads to get to a Metropolis. Like that's a lot of time investment. I think people will really get attached to the town that they identify with.
Well, one of my questions is really going to be like how the main story quest like actually evolves. Like, does it avoid it? Like, for example, I've been playing game Final Fantasy, and like there are some unique things in that story. Like, for example, in my playthrough, Yashlada is my girlfriend, and like nobody else has had that experience when they actually play the game.
That's true, actually, because she's my wife in my playthrough.
We'll talk about this later. We'll talk about this offline. But the thing that I'm curious about is, let's say the nodes on one server are state A, and then the nodes on another server are state B. Is a player still going to have the same main story quest that introduces them to the world and introduces them to the lore?
Yeah, I think you kind of tell stories in different ways, right? So we're all accustomed to having like an overarching storyline, like, why am I here? You know, what brought me to this realm, so to speak? What's my objective? You know, what are the like threats that are, you know, not just apply to me, but apply to my compatriots that are, you know, playing with me, right? That type of overarching storyline will exist. But the way you get that more personalized approach is, you know, there's a few ways you can define that. You can define that based on culture. Like, we have 9 different races in the game. Each of those are going to have somewhat of a customized quest line that relates to their races. You have genders, you have classes, you have archetypes, you have organizations. Each of those can personalize experiences so that even if you're on the same overarching, you know, meta story, your experiences are different along that path because you are different from from Asmongold. Asmongold might be playing, you know, a paladin human or something, and Rich, you're playing like a mage elf, and that's going to have different types of
Thanks for not making me a gnome. Thank you for not making me a gnome. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Elves are tall in here.
I apologize. I think Asmongold, do you not traditionally play paladins? Are you warrior?
That's McConnell. I'm the warrior. Yeah, McConnell's the one who has to heal me. He's the paladin.
I'm so sorry. Chat won't let me live that down.
It's okay. I'm used to it. It's fine. A paladin is
actually, Asmongold, you know, I asked my character team to provide some hairstyles for you, just so that you could take a look, kind of what what we have in store, and I don't know if Pecky could provide. Oh, there we go.
I'm so really glad that we've spent all this time hiring a production team for the show. This really is just so great. I'm glad. This is I'm flattered, Stephen. This is incredible.
Well, if you just want, I mean, there's some subtle differences between these hairstyles. There's a few of them.
I love how he didn't know that you were a warrior, but he knew you were bald.
Okay, all right, that's crazy, isn't it?
No, wait, there's more. There's more. And again, you want to focus on the subtleties between the hairstyles because they're really hard to see.
Yeah, I see that.
You see the peach fuzz on that one? That one's.
Oh yeah. It's been a few days since he's had to shave his head, right? Of course, yes. I'm fully aware of that.
I had them whip those up real quick just this morning.
Yeah.
I didn't have a lot of notice. It was last night I found out I was going to be on the show.
I mean, the team, what a great job your team is doing, man. Like, that's just great. I mean, the artwork, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah.
Oh, man. I want to talk about gear, and I haven't had a chance really to ever talk to you about the game too much. I think maybe we had like 5 or 10 minutes one time where I got to ask you a few questions, but I did get to watch all the interviews you've done. I've been watching the updates that you guys have been.
I love looting in gear. Like, it's so important that they get it right. I don't know. It's almost more important than combat to me in some ways.
In the game has been one that I don't fully understand yet, but everything that I've heard, I'm very interested in. So for anyone who maybe hasn't been following as much, what can they expect from the actual reward system in the game, whether it's getting gear from dungeons or anything?
Yeah. So, we have, again, some pretty traditional approaches to kind of how gear is going to be surfaced for players. Obviously, you're going to have quest lines that provide a certain level of gears. You're going to have gear that drops from monsters on a rare basis. You're going to have legendary gear that's going to be kind of best in slot from legendary world bosses, and then what's comparable to those best in slots is going to also be top tier crafted gear as well. And the crafting system, our artisanship system, is actually 3-tiered, right? You have gathering, you have processing, and then you have actual crafting. And you cannot be a master of all of those. You really kind of have to pinpoint where you're going to focus your mastery in. And what that does is it creates an interdependency in the economy between different focuses from players, and you have to kind of work together to create these top tier items from a crafting system. And then on top of that as well, we're going to also have gear that's accomplished through title acquisition. So for example, certain nodes will have patron religions. They'll have patron organizations like the Thieves Guild or Scholars Academy. And players will be able to progress within those organizations or religions. And as they progress in them, they'll achieve unique titles. Or for example, the owner of a castle, the king or queen of a castle, or the mayor of a node. And those unique titles will also grant access to gear that is high quality and is only accessible so long as you hold that title. So it's important to kind of keep up with, the citizens that either elected you or winning the castle siege or making sure that nobody surpasses you in the organization that you're a part of. And those are kind of our primary methods. And then obviously you're going to have, base gear acquisition through merchants as well that you can purchase and acquire.
There's going to be that one guy that just like Asmongold, for example, who's just always just going to have access to this stuff, right? It's going to be like I
remember hearing,
hard not to be jealous of
this
that.
This is a very early interview, but that there were actual like performance checks inside of instance content where like if you were able to not just get the boss
like
down,
the difficulty thresholds.
Yeah. So is that going to have a big impact on rewards as well?
Yeah. So,
how fast
essentially, like as you progress through, let's say, dungeons or different types of encounters, right? The way we're approaching our NPC AI or our behavior trees for different monsters and or bosses is, there's going to be phased based responses and difficulties that you're going to have to overcome based on like the monster's health or the boss's health. But there's also going to be certain key performance indicators that's looked at from the participation of a particular group or raid, and whether let's say players come with too many players, that's going to activate additional AoE abilities. It's going to activate additional terrain hazards and environmental hazards. There might be traps that get spawned, and as kind of
ramping
players face
for
the threat
fights
in front of them, depending on their performance, and that performance can be related to like hit points lost. It can be related to number of deaths that happen. It can be related to speed. It can be, there's a lot of different points of information we kind of want to incorporate as part of these encounters and how they scale difficulty. And I'm not talking like scaling in the sense of like what we're used to in other games. I hate that type of scaling where it's like, you're just facing the same monster at a different level, and now like its damage output and health. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of boring and it doesn't make sense. But if it's a strategy perspective, right? Like the monster's now utilizing some of its environmental hazards and traps, or it's like having different types of strategies and what type of skill usage and the cycle of that skill usage, and like you're not going to come and just tank and spank the same encounter over and over and know the mechanics every single time, because those mechanics might change. That's I think something that's going to be cool.
Make raiding
based on your performance.
That's going to make raiding so difficult. Like imagine how people are so brain dead right now when it comes to raiding. Like people don't get the mechanics. There's always little Joey in the back that can't follow the mechanics, and because little Joey dies and spreads the disease to your whole raiding group, you fail.
Could
so
impact
this
the
is going to make it way more difficult
of that particular encounter
if the mechanics are changing all the time.
So, like, you know, if you're encountering the monster at its highest difficulty setting per se because of your performance as part of progression in that encounter, you know, that might change the reward tables. But we're still playing with that. I think that's something that's important. You know, the whole purpose of alphas and betas is to obviously test these ideas, these theories, and see how we actually want to approach them. But I think it's a unique way. It's a different approach that I haven't experienced in MMOs previously, and I think it kind of raises the stakes a little bit.
Were these guys in the alpha? I haven't seen them. These two dudes right here.
In
like, I wouldn't be surprised if they
your
were
approach to these encounters.
I think that's really interesting. Like, I can give like an example in WoW. Like, there were a few fights in Ulduar where if you did them a certain way, or if you killed them fast enough, it unlocked hard mode loot. And I always thought those were some of the coolest and most interesting mechanics that the game ever had to offer, because it wasn't something that you clicked a button for. It wasn't something that you activated in a menu. It was just something that you played the game and created by yourself. And I think it just creates that immersion. I love that idea.
Yeah.
I got banned for Four Towers Flame Leviathan, actually.
Because you cheated with a ability that was bugged.
World first, baby. World
that's what matters, right?
I still got it, and I also got a 3-day vacation right after. But yeah, I think that those are some of my favorite fights as well, looking back and thinking about it. So that is a really cool thing. But you mentioned it's something that is still getting worked on. You're still tweaking all the tuning knobs and things like that. One of my biggest questions with a game of this scope, and we're talking about fantastic storytelling and world building. We're talking about how the loot's going to work, big crafting systems, political systems, religion systems, nodes, all of these things. Do you think that there is a chance that in the alpha or in later testing that happens that some of these systems might not make it to live? Like, is there a chance that some of the darlings need to be killed? Or do you think that the systems that we're seeing in the alphas are only going to be worked on and refined?
Yeah, no, I think that any good development is cognizant of the fact that some of your intentions might need to be rethought. And I think like I said, the whole purpose of alphas and betas are to test those ideas,
for that
because
reason. Yeah.
What happens on paper doesn't always happen in reality. You know, and you can have this kind of, you know, pristine view of what you want to do, and that can change in a moment's notice when you see player activity doesn't go the way you expected it would go.
Right.
So I think you know, part of the important part of having this whole transparent development is a two-way street of expectation from the developers to the players and the players to developers. From the developer side, like, we have this expectation that content creators and players and testers are going to surface this test with the right expectation, like, hey, you know, this is an alpha, things can change, you know, this isn't a content test, we're testing core systems, you know, I'm not going to, like, that's an important part to communicate. And then on the flip side of that, the players need to provide feedback. They need to provide, you know, thoughts and kind of what changes they'd like to see, and you know, the intentions for particular systems. And that dialogue is what surfaces potential change for what our intents were to begin with, right? And if you're not willing to make the change, like, then what's the point of the dialogue?
I feel like sometimes he gets a little long.
That makes a lot of sense. Like, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. It's funny because if you talked to me 3 weeks ago, you would have heard one of the saddest boys ever. As somebody who's loved MMOs for a really long time, I felt like there really was no light at the end of the tunnel. And then all of a sudden, Final Fantasy randomly, Asmon starts playing it, and it felt like there was this true awakening where, wait, the MMO community hasn't gone anywhere. People still do want MMOs. And it's just, we've been playing bad ones recently.
I think that's been the issue, right? Is like, for a long time, I think the reason why the MMO genre has been dead is because the people that made the games killed it. And that's the reality. I mean, there's just been tons of games that have these, Stephen, as you were saying, right? These oppressive monetization systems where you're just buying these things that invalidate player effort. And these types of things, I feel, are just so demoralizing to a player, especially whenever you take a type of game that's built around time investment, a type of game that's built around emotional and personal investment, and then you take that and you reduce that to like a monetary amount. There's no surprise. And honestly, it's really nice to see things change.
Before Steven answers this, I just want to throw out the caution that I'm having, because the monthly like cosmetic packs that Ashes of Creation is selling, I'm not a fan of, right? Like they're selling mount skins and they're selling housing skins, and these are the type of things that I feel like you want to do in game. You want to spend time investing and building in game, and I feel like if these cosmetic packs are going to be cooler than the in-game achievables, then it's going to end up damaging and hurting the game. So I just hope that the items, the buildings, the mount skins, the everything that you can get in game will just blow cosmetic packs out of the water. And I'm not sure how that balance is going to end up, but I don't know. I just hope that's the case.
Changing now. It really is.
I have to be careful because I got myself in trouble.
I remember this. Yes, the message.
Because I'm a player first, I feel. And I have similar opinions. But
trust me, I've got myself in some trouble before too. Yeah. I know we don't know each other very well, but I used to have a job 6 times and it never ended well. It never ended well.
I can't tell you enough how much I resonate with what you just said there. I think one important note though is like in my experience over the last 5 years now, or 5 or 6 years now, having started a development company, is that I don't place that blame on the developers, like the developers themselves, the people making the game. I don't place the blame on. I place the blame for that type of short-sightedness and just general ignorance on more the corporate orchestrators. They're obviously companies. Okay, one of the great things I feel about Intrepid and Ashes of Creation is that I don't have investors that I have to, or shareholders that I have to answer to, right? At the same time, like the other companies, when they make these types of monetization decisions, they're focused on kind of the bottom line and how they can, essentially,
and they have to
service their shareholders, right? They have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders. But the problem is with that philosophy, in my opinion, is that what do MMOs do great? And really, it's retention. Like new player acquisition, not so much, right? That's a difficult subject a lot of times for MMOs. But when it comes to the social elasticity and the retention that's there, it's let's focus on making the game and the content really good and releasing those patches and those updates and the just listening to kind of what the player base is saying, because at the end of the day, your player base is the only reason you have revenue. So if you're going to continually thumb your nose at your player base and just say, essentially, hey, we're not listening to you. We're just going to sell this new shop, item that destabilizes the game economy and lose another, 500,000 subscribers or whatever. How does that translate to long-term, return to your shareholders? I don't understand that aspect.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's always effectively the shareholders.
Yeah, that's always one of the questions that I used to bring up, like when Zach and I would have long, you could call them conversations.
I mean, part of it has to rest on the developers and the people that deal with the community, right? Because they need to be raising their voice to the people higher up in the chain, and they need to be talking with the shareholders saying hey, this is good for short. They just need to be transparent. And I think the problem is somewhere along the way, that voice is getting lost. I don't know how many staff members it goes through before it gets to the shareholder or the person making those big hitting decisions, but somewhere along the way, it just comes down to money. And I think shareholders, I think they could care less about us, and I think they just want whatever makes the most money.
Conversations or complaining tangents, I'm not really sure what we should call them, but we would have our long conversations about the game both on and off stream. And a lot of the time where I would disagree with Zach, sometimes I was like, no, I don't think that there's necessarily it's not necessarily them trying to live up to their duty. They have to just be bad at making the game, because if they were trying to live up to their duty, you need to make the best game possible. You need to have that stable platform to actually have the players even want to spend money. I'm the biggest whale ever.
I think it's one of the cases where they have to meet like a deadline. They have to have this released in Q4. They have to have this released by the end of the year. And the goal of doing that causes them to cut corners. That's what I believe.
Maybe. I mean, like, Steven, I literally, if the game is good, I think I've bought close to 100 bottles of Fantasia in Final Fantasy. Last night, I was trying to help Asmon install, like actually just put his code on the game. And I just went to the cash shop for no reason and bought pots and pots of dye. I stopped playing Genshin Impact, but I still log in just every now and then to just gamba a couple crystals. I'm playing Raid Shadow Legends right now on 3 of my phones. I have a legitimate problem. But you know what I didn't buy microtransactions in? WoW. Because at that point, I just wasn't feeling it anymore. And it felt like a lot of the spending, it almost felt like, I don't know. It was like when I spend money in PoE, for example, I'm like, I helped the game. Like, I'm happy about it. Do you feel like there is a good balance of microtransactions at all? Or do you think that all in all, there's something that you kind of want to avoid?
That's a good question, because over the past, years that we've been in development, even though I'm fully funding the project, we still offer pre-order packs. And I always tell people, like, hey, if you're skeptical, like if you just want to watch how the game, pans out, you're not losing anything by not pre-ordering. All we're selling really is like advanced game time and some cosmetics. There's no like, game altering mechanics. There's no quality of life. There's no pay to win. Like, there's nothing that actually impacts the in-game progression and stuff like that. There are cosmetics, and then there's game time. So I tell people, like, sit back, watch the development,
hey, thanks for
join
the follow,
the community,
man.
come on Discord, go on the forums, give us your feedback. Like,
Bonanza.
The whole purpose of opening up NDA in this state, which is super bare bones and super early, is so that everybody can participate, not just the testers, but like anybody watching can go and like give, opinions and stuff. But like, when I think about the approach that I took with our monetization practice, in my opinion, you want to have, there's like 3 approaches generally to MMOs. Either you can have a free-to-play game, and then when you have that free-to-play game, unfortunately, you have to incorporate aspects in which you're going to capture revenue, right? And those, and generally in the free-to-play games, the aspect you're going to take is incorporating some type of power or falsely creating a quality of life issue in order to sell a quality of life item, right? And that's just not a good experience from a player's perspective. Like, that's what we hate, in my opinion. The second component is you can incorporate a buy-to-play, right? You can have a box price, and then you can incorporate that box price per expansion, and then the beats of development really occur around those expansion launches. And that's when you get into the issues of like, all right, we need to hit our marketing deadline, or we can't necessarily take the time on this expansion. We got to cut stuff because we need a revenue event to occur within a quarter or within 2 quarters or whatever, right? And that can create some problems as well. And then in addition, buy-to-plays can also be a high barrier to entry, right? Like, I don't know if I'm going to like this MMORPG per se. Should I drop $50 on the MMO and then I play a few hours and it's like not my thing, and now I'm out $50?
Wow,
like,
that's
the
all 3.
The third is obviously subscription, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, a subscription is the best model for a Western audience, and the reason I feel that way is because the game is going to live or die on the ability to retain users over that period of time, which means that the content and the core gameplay loops need to be good. So you have to, you can't just capture a purchaser at the buy to play and then don't care if they leave and recoup a new audience, you know, right? You have to continually feed content. I mean, what do they say? Like, content is king. And the reason content is king is because that's what's keeping the user engaged. That's what's keeping them having fun. That's what they get to experience with their friends and the social dynamic of it. Like, those are good things. In addition, if in our model, we're a subscription without a box price, a lot of times companies will try to double dip and they'll say, no, not only are we box price, but we're also subscription on top of it. And then now you run into the problem of, all right, hey, we have a game launch coming up. We want to attract as many users as possible, and we want them to feel like this is a 1 month commitment, not a $50 or $60 purchase per se, that they need to shell out to experience the game. And if they like it, if we've done our job as developers and where we have made a good game, right, they will continue to subscribe. And they will continue to subscribe so long as we provide additional content, make sure that the servers are performing well, you know, all these different things. It's an incentive for the company to perform, and it is a service to the player that they don't have to shell out the large price of a buy to play, and they don't have to deal with the shitty quality of life or pay to win components that come with free to play.
This hits close to home,
that's
right?
kind of the approach.
As a WoW player, it's
now,
like, man,
if games choose
am
to
I
have
the stupid
like
one for
a
buying
cosmetic
into all
shop,
this?
Personally, I'm okay with cosmetics. I think that that cosmetics, you know, are a bridge between, as long as, let me just say this, as long as the cosmetics cannot be transferable, so that you don't run into issues of players purchasing cosmetics for other players for in-game services, and as long as you have better cosmetics from a quality / silhouette, from just a general appearance standpoint, that it must be achieved in game. Right? You don't just want to, like, there's some games where I played where it's like, all right, hey, we're going to really incentivize players to purchase our cosmetics in the shop because all of our in-game cosmetics are shit. You know, it looks like trash, and the only good-looking cosmetics are in the shop. Like, that is terrible.
That's it. I haven't heard him say this before. This is fantastic news for me. The fact that he just said that silhouettes or the appearance of cosmetics in-game should be better than the ones in the shop. That's the only way that he can view these cosmetics being sold. Oh my gosh, that is the best.
The reason for a
that is the
cosmetic
best
shop
feeling ever.
is because sometimes you have
so much more faith in this.
You have casual players and you have hardcore players, and the hardcore players, they can achieve those, you know, items in game that take a lot of time to get. And the casual players, like, maybe, you know, you're a dad of 2 children and you're working your ass off and you only have a few hours each night, and you know you'll never get the super legendary in-game cosmetic achievement, but you want to look cool as well. Okay, cosmetic shops can provide that. So I'm okay with cosmetic shops as well. I think they can be an okay complement to a kind of like an optionary expenditure. But that's my philosophy on monetization. I think that's the best way to foster a good environment for the player base and the company to continue to perform, and the player base to enjoy without having to take the risks of the free to play and the buy to play options.
You know what game had the best like cosmetic unlock system out of any game, and everybody sleeps on it, everybody forgets about it? The best MMORPG with cosmetic unlocks was City of Heroes and City of Villains. That game had a fantastic unlock system, and I feel like ever since then,
I've never played that.
There have been some games that have done a pretty good job, but that game, people are literally WH omega lulling me, but that game had a lot of really good unlocks, and anytime I hear a developer starting to look at that, man, you had to be a really good player to unlock those cosmetics.
You know, I was sad I missed out on City of Heroes. I think City of Heroes is NCSoft, right? They
NCSoft and Cryptic, and I think that was where the problem was, because then there was like NCSoft and Cryptic had some sort of friction, and they went 2 separate ways. They made a few new games, and then also I think Ion, Tabula Rasa, and something else was all sitting under there all at the same time.
Yeah, I was I think when City of Heroes was starting to get a little bigger, I was still like deep in the Lineage 2 scene. I was a huge Lineage 2 player. I loved Lineage 2. I never really liked like faction based games where you're told like who your enemy is. Because oftentimes, like in those games, I always felt like I disliked my own faction more than the opposing faction, and I wanted to like kill them, just from a PvP perspective. But then it like additionally, I feel like it just arbitrarily segmented the community. Like it's like you automatically do not experience the social interaction with half of the game's population. It's like, that's kind of, I don't know. I didn't like that. So Lineage was a non-faction based game, and it was a little bit more on the hardcore side. It was also an NCSoft game.
When you put it that way.
And I personally liked the more hardcore nature of it, because it made, like, one of the big philosophies that I had with Ashes is risk versus reward. And sometimes when you're in that kind of grinding experience, a lot of people don't like grinding, and I personally was a huge fan of the grinding. But what I enjoyed is when I lost, I felt the bite of the loss more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that Lineage 2 have a wildy system, like a wilderness, like old school RuneScape kind of wilderness system to it? I can't remember. Is that what you meant by like the loss?
No, I mean, like when you died in Lineage, you lost like 4% of your level, and you had an opportunity to like drop gear. Man. And this is kind of crazy. And I'm sure like many viewers are gonna be like, "Damn, that's crazy."
Yeah.
But like, when you were like max level in Lineage, it took you like maybe a week to recoup that 4%. So when you got into like fights with other players, like you had to make a conscious decision at that point. It's like, all right, am I willing to spend a week or 2 weeks regaining what I might lose here? Like that's something that I need to know if I'm willing to do. And now it's a whole new calculation. It's not just like, oh yeah, I'll fight. Like I die, I lose nothing. I come back, I respawn, whatever. But like here, it's like, no, you're gonna have to grind this back out again. So you better think twice.
Yeah, I've had the same thing happen with Rust, where it's like you have to assume that if you lose this, you're losing all of your best weapons, you're losing all of your best armor. And the other really interesting thing about a game like Rust is even if you win, you're still going to have to spend a bunch of rockets, maybe for demolition. You're going to have to spend a bunch of ammo, and you're probably going to still lose some stuff. And so is there going to be any elements of that where there's some investment into the sieges? Because the sieges are probably one of the most interesting things to me. I think Lineage had those too, and some other games have as well. And I know that like for many MMOs, it's hard to see those. It's hard for the first M to really happen, the massively multiplayer part. That doesn't usually happen. And so what is the scope of those sieges, and how do those work?
So our intent for sieges is to have a 250 versus 250 battlefield. And in alpha, we have achieved a battle of about 350, and the servers were performing relatively well. So we were pretty happy with that. On the players' side, there's still some additional like rendering, culling, and optimizations we have to do on rendering, right? So like client performance is something we need to focus on that we haven't yet. But on a network, and again, like I said, this is a primarily technical alpha where we're testing a lot of our core architectures and systems. So seeing that at this stage is very, very good for us. Now, I would love to be able to push that.
Yeah, after watching the alpha and seeing how it works, that we came across that a lot. The server was performing fine. There wasn't any rubber banding or anything, but there was a loss of frame rate and stuff. You would have to turn down the graphic settings just because on the client side, on the player side, it still wasn't very optimized.
To like a 500 versus 500, but I'm not, I don't make any promises to our community. That's going to be our objective to see what we can do. But that's kind of the intent there. And when you talk about like what's generally going to be the player versus player component, like from a PvE perspective, we have a lot of, giant raid bosses, world raid bosses, and dungeons that you're going to progress through, and the crafting systems, and like, encountering of these scaling and difficulties and events that occur, like a lot of aspects there. From a PvP perspective, we have a flagging system. So generally what that means is like in the open world, you can attack another player.
I also saw a bunch of streamers crash, but that's okay for an alpha. Yeah, it would. I think most of the problems was on the player side and the client side. It just wasn't optimized for the player machine. Although the servers seem to have held up.
But if you kill another player, you're going to acquire corruption, and corruption is a super bad thing.
Forcing
to have.
50 people to fight a
you're
dragon.
You're going to take 4 times normal death penalties. You're going to potentially drop your gear. You're going to be on the map for bounty hunters to find you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I watched some of Asmongold.
The more corruption you gain, you're going to have a decreased efficacy in PvP, where your skill output damage is going to be slowly reduced. That's going to be cumulative.
I wonder how much they're going to be able to patch up in the next couple weeks, because they're about to have the month-long alpha, right? So there's not much content. Like, honestly, there's just not much content. I feel like after playing 1 or 2 days, they're going to be kind of like, okay, I did every single quest on the map, and now I can just grind mobs and try to up my level. Because from what I was realizing is there wasn't even any real new items to get either. It wasn't like you could go grind some really cool loot. So I wonder what bugs they're going to fix.
Even if you PK someone and like lose your corruption, your next PK is going to acquire additional corruption. There's going to be a significant guard when it comes to killing players who are outside of a certain level range of you, and that's going to just boost your corruption up. And there's something there that's, I think, going to significantly deter open world PvP. But the desire is to encourage players who want to participate in PvP to participate in systems that are focused around PvP. So castle sieges, you're not going to lose, you're not going to get experience debt in castle sieges because you opted into that system. Right. Caravans, as people move goods throughout the world, they take the risk of other players finding them and trying to steal their goods, to kill their caravan, so to speak.
Content is lackluster right now. I'm still optimistic though. They focus on one thing at a time and don't focus on everything at the same time. I think it's a good thing. Like, they kind of just put out some bare bone classes. I've been getting just so many comments on the last classes video I released on YouTube, where people were like, "Man, these don't seem like super interesting. They seem kind of like basic things I've seen a million times, like the abilities and skills that each of the classes had." But I feel like, first of all, we're just looking at archetypes, right? And the base abilities for archetypes. But I also think that they haven't even touched classes yet in their pipeline. I think they were just trying to get some player models that can cast abilities and function. But I don't think they've put like a whole lot of thought into the ins and outs and the details of it. So I wouldn't even mind if they delayed the game another 2 years. I want a good MMO, not a fast one. Well, it is another 2 years out, right? So yeah, I think it's already 2 years out, and I hope that, I don't know, I want a fast one and a good one, but maybe that's just because I hate waiting. But yeah, good one. Quality over quantity, for sure.
Reminiscent of the transporting of goods in like Eve or Arcade, right? And additionally, there's like guild wars where guilds can declare war on each other. You're not going to take experience debt there. You're not going to drop materials and stuff there. There's node wars that exist. There's arena systems. There's a lot of different kind of opt-ins that we want to kind of encourage players to participate in. But I mean, the idea there is like anytime you're engaging in PvP, it should be something that's
just don't want to be disappointed again.
Like, it should have consequence. It should have a risk versus reward component, because like you're describing with Rust.
And I think, sorry, let me get a drink. I think in the Asian, or let's say Eastern side of the world, where they make a lot of MMORPGs, I think they have a different style. Like, to them, it doesn't bother them so much, maybe because they're used to it or that's what they grew up with. But I think it really rubs me wrong, where I've grown up with like old school RuneScape or classic WoW. Like, these things do rub me wrong. So taking out, like, just this last conversation we just had with Steven, well, I didn't have it, but what we're watching now, it's brought a lot of a relief to me that he's not going, like, he's pretty adamant at not having any of that pay to win stuff in here.
It's like, when you make those decisions, it's a little bit more elevated of a adrenaline response. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not going to lose anything. Yeah, exactly. Like those are the types of encounters that like light you up a little bit, and like you remember those later on. Like when I think about my time in MMORPGs, I don't think about like the curated things that I did per se, like what the designers intended for me to do. I think about the like player interactions that occurred. Like in ArcheAge I had a literal 23 or 24 hour straight PvP event. There used to be this like Kraken, and we had like ships of our side versus the other side, and our guild kind of, you know, was controlling the first like 70 odd Kraken kills on our server, and we had like these 20 plus ships that we were like boating around with, right? And the whole server like ganged up on us, and we're like coming out to interrupt our ability to kill that Kraken, and the fight lasted almost 24 hours. I actually went to, and it was straight. It wasn't just like, all right, let's break. It was like, no, your ship was destroyed, you rebuilt that shit quick, and you came back to the fight. Like people would take shifts, they'd go to sleep and come back. It was like something crazy.
Wow.
But it was a lot of fun.
That is
and that's
so
like the
cool.
event I remember most out of that. Or like in Lineage,
oh my gosh.
we had like a fight outside of Garan in front of that little arena area where it was over DVC or Antheris's lair, and like a hunting ground was the best, like the Python Pit, I think it was called. And like this guild or this alliance, Invincible, they were called, came and like fought with our alliance, and we literally would just respawn and lose level after level, fighting for like 6 hours outside of Garan. Just like those are the types of events that you remember with your friends, and it's because those events had risk associated with them. It's because they had adrenaline. It's because they had
that's
citizens. There's three ways that you can
I just messed up
aspects, and then you're
that's what matters most, right? Like I want those really high stake memorable moments, you know, like we all want a game that's so good that we just no life it, right? Where you stay up 24 hours because of this epic Kraken battle. So let's just hope that this means, because it's such a memorable experience for him, that the Kraken battle is confirmed for us. We gotta have Krakens in Ashes of Creation. Yeah, same here. I remember when Blade and Soul and Black Desert got released in our Religions, and it was disgusting to see pop-up ads every... Yep. Yeah, it's distracting. It feels like I'm on a mobile game. You know what I mean? I love the coop aspect of Ashes of Creation a lot. I don't want to grind mobs solo anymore. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The co-op aspect. I agree. So personally, I kind of like grinding. Maybe it's because I'm just used to it with WoW, but I like the idea of just like flipping on YouTube, just like watching vids, chilling, eating some chips, and like grinding some mobs until I get this like awesome item. I don't know. It's kind of fun for me, but I think it'd be way more fun if you were with a group doing it. Not only more efficient, but more fun.
Going to be able to move up to that multiple groups and eventually raid size ships. Each of these ships have like different tactical engagement when you're, on a ship and you're encountering.
Sorry guys.
Respawn and lose level after level, fighting for like built that shit quick, and you came back to the fight. Crazy, but it was a lot of fun, and that's like the event I remember most out of that. Or like in Lineage, we had like a fight.
I don't mind grinding,
but
I
in front of that
want to
little
work towards
arena
a bigger
area
goal than me for the nodes
DVC
or castles. Castles are what's cool
like
to me.
A hunting ground was the best, like the Python Pit, I think it was called. And like this guild or this alliance, Invincible, they were called, came and like fought with our alliance, and we literally would just respawn and lose level after level, fighting for like 6 hours outside of Garan. Just like those are the types of events that you remember with your friends, and it's because those events had risk associated with them. It's because they had adrenaline. It's because they had
like I totally understand. I remember last year whenever they originally brought out the Rust server for like Twitch, we were on the oil rig for like 6 hours whenever normally it's supposed to be like a 20-minute thing, and we were right there, and then the final kill landed with a guy that was on top who shot a rocket at me, and I shot him in the head with a sniper while the rocket was coming at me, and we killed each other, and we rushed back, and we collected like 50 sniper rifles. It was one of the coolest and most badass experiences I've ever had.
That's so cool.
I will never forget that. And I see like the siege that you did, and you guys have obviously siege weapons. You have trebuchets.
It looks like so much fun, actually.
You have all this other crazy stuff, catapults.
Wait till we get the golems in.
All right.
Wait, the golems? This is the first time I'm hearing about these golems. Is the housing system still a thing, by the way, or was that canceled? No, it's still a thing, as far as I know. I didn't watch the latest dev streams. Yeah, it's still a thing. I think the housing system's going to be one of the later things they work on. I mean, I feel like the other systems are so much more core to the game than the housing system. I could be wrong in that, but yeah. Yo, yes, Gasm. Your name is... Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm not on Twitch as often as I should be, but I'm on YouTube a whole bunch.
You guys, yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, you guys,
thanks for the follow and all the comments
moments in video games, like those really hardcore memories. I actually used to play like a lot of Toontown, and I had this one memory when we dropped a piano on this Cog's head, and it was actually one of the best memories that I've ever had in a game. But I do want to ask something about the corruption system.
Sure.
Let's say you have a bunch of people who are just targeting you. Now, all of them have different corruption, right? It's because they're different players. They're not necessarily working together. Is there anything like a flag on a player, or almost like a kind of like an anti-corruption, I don't even know what you would call it, that protects one player from getting griefed continuously? Or does it really just come on the corruption of the player who is doing it?
Seem like a nice dude after it's 2 a.m. my time. Okay, man.
So the way that the flagging system works is there's three states hang out again sometime. Existence in the flagging system. There's combatant.
Have a good night.
You're engaged in a fight with other combatants or non-combatants. There's a non-combatant, which means you're not engaged in taking damage or killing any other combatants or non-combatants. And then there's corrupted. Now, corrupted players, if a non-combatant or a combatant attack a corrupted player, they do not receive the combatant flag. You can basically free kill and attack corrupted players without any detriment, without opening yourself up to attack from other players. Like, these are essentially criminals, right? And you're attacking those criminals.
All right.
If you attack other players who are not corrupt, whether they're combatants or non-combatants, you're going to flag for PvP, which means like another person can attack you and kill you, and everybody's going to go back to being non-combatants. Not a problem. Like, nobody's going to gain corruption. Like, you can participate in that PvP. When you flag for PvP, when you become a combatant, you're going to take half the normal death penalties. So we're incentivizing, we're encouraging people to fight back. Like, if you want to participate and fight back, that's good.
Wow. Okay.
And then the defense mechanism for non-combatants who choose not to fight back is that if anybody kills them, they're going to gain that corruption, take 4 times the normal death penalty, accrue 4 times the normal death experience.
4 times.
They're going to have to die in order to remove that corruption. They can lose their gear potentially. They're going to drop 4 times the normal amount of materials and or gatherables. So that's like the defense mechanism for non-combatants. Like, people traditionally aren't going to do that. Now, this is, there's some similarities, I think, between other flagging systems that have existed. For example, in Lineage 2, there was a karma system, and you really didn't see, there were players that did, PK and stuff, but you really didn't see it prevalent. You didn't see it happening all the time. We have additional protections as part of the corruption system. So, for example, bounty hunters exist. Anybody can participate in the bounty hunter system. They can be flagged as a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters will see at all times any corrupt players on the world map, so you can literally hunt them down. And additionally,
that's pretty cool.
Corrupt players are allowed to fight back against the bounty hunter if they're flagged as a bounty hunter without accruing additional corruption. So it's kind of like a cat and mouse, and there's quest rewards for people who can achieve killing other corrupted players or even killing the bounty hunters. So that'll be kind of fun, I think. But yeah, no, the idea is, again, to decentivize PKing, and the corruption system, I think, is going to accurately do that. Now, obviously, that gets tested, right? That's something that we need to test. It's something that we need to vet as part of Alpha 2 and as part of the betas, and we'll make changes as necessary. But the idea, again, the concept behind there is disincentivize PKing, encourage people to consensual PvP, and to participate in opt-in PvP systems should they choose. But at the same time, again, going back to risk versus reward, if I'm out in the open world and I'm out there and I find a rare spawn of some type of like, resource, and some dude near me is like, oh shit, I want that resource, and they're like running up to grab it, and I just like finished mining it, and I'm like, nope, later, sucker, and like I run off. Like, what's their recourse, or what's the risk to me? Like, there needs to be some inherent risk present, because it creates that adrenaline response. It's like, oh, I'm trying to make it back to town so I can deposit this in my warehouse. Who's going to capture me? Who's going to like get me as I'm on my way back? Because we don't have fast travel systems. So like when you're traveling, you have to use faster travel, such as mounts or flight paths from node to node. Or if a metropolis gets spawned of a scientific type, then you can have teleports between its vassal nodes. Like, you have to develop that stuff. So it's not like I can just yoink the resource and teleport back to town. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
I definitely do. And I'm assuming this also works with like naval things as well, because I'm sure there are islands out. And I think that's one of the really interesting things about Ashes of Creation, because I've never really had the opportunity to play a game that really has a fully fleshed out naval system. So what is the scope of like, how big ships can you build in Ashes of Creation? Like, what's the biggest ship you can make? How many people
you can make capital ships. You can make large, very large raid size, 40 plus players that can be on a ship. And the intent there is like, ships in and of themselves as vehicles, right? They open up an entirely different type of experience than what you would have on land. And it's a completely different tactical engagement when you're, on a ship and you're encountering an adversary, or even for the PvE components of what exists out in the water.
Krakens.
I never really, I don't know if you guys have, but I've never really experienced, I felt a game that did like water combat well, an MMORPG that did water combat well. I always felt like it was awkward, like movement was really awkward for the most part in a lot of the, or either it was just like, it was like an on-screen effect.
Sekiro. Sekiro, I think, does relatively good water combat, but there's not really a whole lot of change there. It's really just you can just move faster underwater. But other than that, there are very few times where water combat doesn't just, like, the water level isn't the most hated level.
Well, I do feel like in MMOs in particular, some people are saying Guild Wars 2. I played Guild Wars 2, but not enough to actually experience whatever you guys are referring to. But yeah, I feel like water always does feel clunky.
Yeah.
But people are always excited for it. They're always excited. Like, even after WoW put out some water levels that were like less than great, anytime that they would say that they were doing it again, everybody was like, all right, this is the time. It's going to work. People want that underwater level or that water level. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the reason why that desire is there is because you have this like standard gameplay experience that's on land. And to experience something different, just to get you out of that element of, the same loop over and over, is, I think, a welcomed reprieve from like your typical experiences, right? So the way we kind of approach from a ship perspective of like how we're going to allow players to construct these different types of ships is there are many different ship classes, right? You have these individual based kind of ship classes that you can construct where you might only fit one or two people on board. They're going to be faster. They're going to have different types of abilities. They're going to have different type of ship components that you can construct and place on the ship. You're going to have group oriented ships where maybe you're going to be able to fit like, 8 to 10 people on that ship, and they're going to have their own aspects. And then you're going to be able to move up to that multiple groups and eventually raid size ships. Each of these ships have like construction and destruction.
It's so cool. Can you imagine just being like your little dinghy out there, your little canoe, and you're just like, oh man, I'm headed to this town real quick to meet up with my guild, and you just see this like kraken swimming under you. Man, this would be a crazy experience. Yo, Benji, thanks for checking out the stream. This game is really beautifully made. Yeah, I mean, after all this weekend alpha we've had, like, it's still got a long way to go, but I think they're really on the right track.
Construction states that you're going to have to partake in. They're going to have components that you'll be able to construct and place on the ship as well. Are they going to be more offensive? Are they going to be more defensive? Are they going to have utilitarian components to it? Kind of adhering to almost a trinity in ship design, right? So like something that correlates to your adventuring class in the ships as well. And then you're going to have treasure hunting that you can do out in the ocean. You're going to have treasure maps that you can find, and you'll be able to like dig dig up and find out there. You're going to have like sea raids, bosses that you'll be able to encounter, which will have a more mechanical component in how it relates to what the ship is doing versus what your adventuring class is doing. Right, and that's cool. I think going to be something fun as well. And I think the cool thing about water systems in general, especially when you're talking about an economy-driven game that has the movement of goods as an important component of how you utilize the artisanship system, is it creates multiple routes by which you can take these goods, whether through merchant ships or through your caravans transitioning into those merchant ships, and it makes a more dynamic battlefield if other players want to mess with you, right? Like I think that's something that's cool too, and it provides a different source of threat than what you're accustomed to.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things, anytime we all get to have a conversation together, and one of the reasons it's so fun to talk about video games with Asmon is after you've played, or done 10,000 hours of something, you have a lot of references which you can point back to, right? So when I'm hearing a lot of these systems, it's like, oh, wow, this does feel like some of the things that I've heard about in Lineage 2, or, oh, wow, I remembered something like this in ArcAge, and also Eve is another game that I hear in my head a whole bunch. At the very beginning, though, of the episode, we mentioned that it really does feel like a renaissance right now for MMORPGs. The king has been World of Warcraft for a very long time. Now people are trying to look at different experiences, trying to have these new adventures. And not only is Ashes going to be having the alpha this weekend, but there are a bunch of new MMORPGs going on. And as you're going about development, how much attention are you paying to these other games? Because I've always felt like that's one of the most interesting balancing acts of being your own thing that creates a game for the people who love that game. And it's like much more niche. Like when I play old school RuneScape, it's a skilling game. I'm sitting there and I'm going to be leveling up my skills, and that integral progression, that feels good. Whereas WoW is a completely different experience, right? Where it's all about getting the loot, or if you're Asmongold, it's all about getting mounts. So how much are you looking at these other games
RuneScape
and
has
saying,
mastered,
wow, this is what...
RuneScape has mastered the grinding aspect, right? Because grinding can be really fun. And RuneScape does a really good job
the current player base wants right now, and how much are you staying in your own lane?
Yeah, that's a good question. One of the things, like I said at the beginning, MMORPGs are hard to make. Ours is a particularly ambitious one, right? I have a lot of experiences across many different MMORPGs that I've played, and I rely on those experiences obviously to influence kind of the game design that I have for Ashes of Creation. At the same time, a lot of projects fall into a significant scope creep. Now I feel like our scope is already big enough, so I don't really have to worry too much about the scope creep component of it. But when I look at what other games are doing, I don't really look as much at what the game itself is doing as much as I look at what the reception of the community it's creating that game for and the feedback that community gives that game. So I love to see when games come out and they debut like, all right, here's our beta, here's our alpha. And then I go and I read the boards, I go and I read Reddit, I watch the Twitch channels and read the chat. And I flood myself with what's the community reception? What's the feedback that community? Because oftentimes with MMORPGs, you can receive similar feedback across different types of game systems, right? At the fundamental aspect of what an MMORPG is, whether you portray it through a naval system or you're portraying it through, a castle siege system, there's similar desires that the players are looking to experience in order for them to have what's considered fun. Right. And a lot of times MMORPG players are going to share in that sentiment of what fun is. I mean, typically you'll obviously have some segmentation in the demographic of MMO players, right? You're going to have like tab targeted oriented players. You're going to have action combat oriented players. You're going to have more PvE focused players. You're going to have more PvP focused players. You're going to have crafting and resource gathering. You're going to have farming. There's different pockets of what players kind of enjoy amongst the MMORPG community. And it's good because in Ashes of Creation, yes, we have a lot of ambitious goals from a system standpoint. And, we're taking our time because we don't have a publisher breathing down our neck. We don't have an investors breathing down our neck. We get to spend the time it's going to take while keeping the scope dialed into what we've originally focused on. And we get to make sure that that's polished and that it gets developed and that it gets created to kind of our satisfaction and to the player's satisfaction. And that's the whole reason why we're doing this. I know I always see players. Okay, it's funny because we announced the project back in 2016 and we went and we had in 2017, we had a Kickstarter, and the purpose of that Kickstarter was to incorporate some additional components that I didn't necessarily have incorporated, and to kind of get a nice platform from a marketing perspective, also of where we can attract an audience, because we're a brand new IP, a brand new studio, and I don't want to necessarily spend money on marketing when it's not time to convert yet, so to speak. Right? We're still significantly in development.
Right.
So, the outline of what the game's going to be and kind of approaching the audience, do these things resonate with other MMO players, or am I like this one-off, weird oddity of an MMO player? And it was good to see that, no, a lot of people want to see this, right? Like right now we have millions of pre-registered users and we haven't spent a dime on marketing. and that's a cool thing. Why? Because it's been a grassroots growth, meaning that every month for the past 4 years. Every month for the past 4 years, we have had a development update stream every single month where we spend over an hour. We show the creation of art assets. We show the development of the world. We show the development of these design systems. We, talk about okay, here's what we did this month. And I always tell players way
louder than me.
Back in 2017, we had a large list of skeptical communities, right? Whether it was on Reddit, it was on MMORPG.com, whatever. There was a lot of people out there that says oh, this is too good to be true. They're never going to do it. Oh, it's a scam. It's a, what does he know about game development? Unreal Engine can't handle that many players. There's every single possible criticism that existed for the development of the game was present on some board somewhere. And then as we continue development and we show progress and we show, how this game is coming to life, those voices started to subside, right? And right now, as we're going into this alpha, we're still going to get a lot of people out there that it's oh, there's nothing in this alpha. It's bare bones. There's no content. Well, that's not the purpose of the alpha.
Yeah, it is pretty bare bones.
Its purpose is to substantiate what our core systems and architectures are. And you can see over the last, just looking a year back, how different the game looks. You can go on our YouTube and you can see a year ago, wow, there's so much difference in the actual presentation of this game and what's present in just 1 year's piece of time. Giving it time, the hope is that players are going to look and they're going to see what's possible as we continue moving forward. I mean, we have now over 100 developers working on the project, not to include, the teams that we work with that are outsourced as well. And we're growing as another part of it. We're trying to hire another 50 or 60 developers over just the next few months as we get back into our studio.
That's crazy.
So, COVID definitely was unfortunate because.
Yeah. Wait, what? I look like a typical neighborhood elder? What is that supposed to mean? I look like a neighborhood elder?
From a business standpoint, it was difficult to onboard people remotely. But I thought we did a very good job. I think we onboarded 30 people over the last, 12, 13 months, which was really good. So
oh yeah, the elder bird. Yeah. Typical neighborhood elder. Okay, I get it
part
now.
Of this, part of the whole process is just letting players sit back and watch and giving them the opportunity.
Are you on my
Facebook
to give that
feedback and to put their voice into it, because we all have different experiences. We all have different backgrounds. We've all experienced things in different games that we've enjoyed. And there's a large selection of games out there that do things differently. And it's good to take player kind of experience into account as you're developing these things.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the things that you're alluding to is really these emergent moments that can come from player behavior, the player being an agent of chaos, and that's where the memories really come from. But a thing that I've seen in MMORPGs in particular, because of the scope and everything it takes to really keep the ship afloat and to make the money come in, and obviously you've talked about how your game is a lot different because of how it's funded, but sometimes a player base, the emergent behavior ends up going in a completely unexpected direction, right? Like you make a game that's combat focused and now everybody's ERPing, or you make a game
that's economy focused and suddenly everybody's ERPing.
right,
suddenly PvP focused and suddenly everybody's ERPing.
Oh yeah,
it happens.
There's a lot of ERP in general, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
I went into, for example, when I was doing like testing for New World, for example, I went into that and I was like, I'm gonna beat shit up, I'm gonna cast magic spells. And by the end of it, I was like, I'm crafting. That is all I'm doing. And I was just sitting in town and I was just crafting.
Rich and I have an agreement. I will be the person that goes out and gathers everything. And I'm the one that slays the dragon. And Rich is the housewife that just stays home and makes me weapons.
And cooks everything.
Yeah, and it's
that's a sweet setup.
Yeah, it transcends games. It's at this point, it's just a living arrangement at this point. But my question for you, Steven, is when you look at the player base, what happens if all of a sudden
he's
all of that
like
emergent
crazy
behavior, it's all around crafting, for example, and they feel like Ashes is
this guy thinks drinking water from a wine glass is cool. Yeah.
Go on a second.
I think he's just rich. He's just a rich dude, so he only has wine glasses.
Okay, so let's say that every single
player... marriage in Ashes of Creation, by the way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We already, Asmon and I already agreed. We already know we're getting married in the game. We're just waiting for it to come out. But one of the things is if you have a player base that all of a sudden, like, let's just use crafting as an example. They are obsessed with crafting. Everybody's crafting, saying it's the best crafting game. Do you think that there's a world where some of the other systems slowly start to peel off and you focus on that aspect of the game? Or do you think that the vision of the game is something that will remain the same over time, no matter what emergent player behavior comes out? Because I just feel like the scope is so big, and that's one of the reasons I'm curious.
Right.
Yeah, I think that one of the ways you balance a game that have many different divergent systems and or progression paths, like Ashes, is that you need to incorporate as many interdependencies as possible between those systems, so that it's a push and pull situation when players spend focus or a community spends focus in one direction. Now, with that being said, obviously, the way you kind of try to identify those things as much as possible is through testing. So, having as many testing periods as possible. Even though we're now just dropping the NDA for alpha, we've been testing in alpha with our, almost 15,000 Alpha 1 testers for the past like 8 or 9 months, I think. Gosh, I might be wrong on that, but you will find some of those things, some of those focuses of players. And that's also one of the reasons why you don't always want to have a heavily QA, just like a hired QA team, because they're not going to have the response, the interest that normal players are going to have all the time. Like, we have our own internal QA teams, and our internal QA team is unbelievably amazing. But also at the same time, you want to have that fresh kind of perspective from the players, from the players that are participating. So testing a lot is going to identify some of those, as you described, areas where players are really going to focus, perhaps outside of what we would come to expect. But at the same time, it's like, if the development of these systems is created in such a way that there are interdependencies between these different focuses, is it right for the developers to step in and change things out from under the feet of the players? Like, there's a reason that they're focusing in those areas. Now let's build upon that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not let's rip out per se. The players have given us a direction. Okay, great. Now we know our next update is going to be focused around the activities that the players enjoyed the most. Like you don't want to.
That's pretty crazy. I just want to do a quick calculation here. So, did he say 500 players? Or no, he said 1,500. So 1,500 players times 500. You almost got $1 million just for people wanting to play Alpha 1.
To shoehorn a population. Okay, you're gonna like this, and if you don't, you better. It's like, if you don't, we're gonna put our foot in the sand, and we're gonna tell you that this is how it's gonna be, and you're gonna like it and eat it. Like,
make it required by an achievement or something like that.
Right.
Wait, they said They said 15,000? No. There's no way. There's no way. 7.5 million? What the heck, man? They've already earned 7.5 million just for people playing the alpha. Obviously, it comes with strings attached, right? They're expecting a full game to be released, but
exactly. Like, no, the players are giving you valuable feedback in that focus, so let's capitalize on it.
If I had that kind of money,
I feel like that's something that we've seen too much.
Plasma has a few million net worth.
I feel like you don't see it in other genres as much, just because MMORPGs are
that's true
much more reward focused a lot of the time. I feel like you see like, okay, this is the new system. Because it's the new system, it's going to have a fantastic
That's
reward.
crazy. That's crazy to me. First of all, how is there 15,000 people out there who have $500 to throw away just for Alpha 1? That's crazy. Like, I'm super into this game. I've made like 30 videos about this game. I'm live streaming about this game right now, and I don't really think it's worth it, you know? That's crazy. Yeah, 7.5 maybe might not be that much for the dev of this game, but I think it really is. Let's say, so I've been a developer, right? My whole life. I've never been like a game developer, but I've like developed websites. Let's say a really, really good rate. Let's say like 100,000 salary for a developer, right? That's 100,000. Here, you know what? Like, I'm a dummy. I can't do this in my head. So let's do 7.5 million divided by 100,000. That's 75. I know, super easy math, but I couldn't keep all the zeros straight. But that's 75 developers for one whole year. So yeah, 7.5 million isn't a lot for a big developing company, but this is a brand new developing company. These guys, like, Ashes of Creation will be the first game they make if you take out Apocalypse, but we don't talk about that. So people playing the alpha, giving them 75 developers for a full year, that's nothing to laugh at. Like, that's no small deal.
And whether you like it or not, you have to play.
And to be completely frank, that's bullshit. Like, I mean, that's that's not
what it
is. That's not the way that this is supposed to work. Like, developers make. Let me tell you something that's been intrinsic across every developer I have hired at Intrepid. Is their passion is to see the excitement and smile on the player's face they're making a game for. People don't join the gaming industry because they want to make a bunch of money. People join the gaming industry because they
like games.
Heart in what players are experiencing that they've had a hand in creating. Like, that's the ultimate sense of satisfaction. It's the ultimate sense of reward for any developer. So when those decisions get made, again, I'm going to say that it's not the developer's fault. It is the corporate.
GTA 5 made $1 billion in its first week by release. How is that game not better then? Like, yeah, GTA 5 is way fun and all, but I feel like for $1 billion in your first week, you can make something way better than GTA 5. They spent $25 million on ads. Oh, all the advertising. I see. But still, like, I feel like GTA 5 should be on a whole nother level. But maybe that's just my naivete.
Greedy, blood-sucking overlord that is stepping into the development team and saying, you must do this thing, and this thing must be on my desk by the end of this quarter. Like, that is not, I mean, and you know, I'm not trying to like put on blast any particular company or whatever, but it's like, that's what led me to want to create Intrepid.
Yeah.
It's like the developers are like trapped running around like ants in a maze, I would say. And it is, I actually...
The corporate structure is putting up the walls. I think that's pretty much what we're saying.
Yeah, looking back, it's 15,000. Yep. You're right. There were other options that weren't the $500, but all of those past options were at least $250. Like I looked back, and the very first options were several $100s for alpha access, and those were like some of the early packages they sold. Well, that game released in 2013. Yeah, and it still is terrible.
Yeah, look, I went to school for game design, right? And the thing that you said, Steven, you don't get into game design to make money. The second that I got out of school and saw how much those games...
You guys are right. We'll cut GTA 5 some slack because it's old, and they're probably like just riding out the money. They're working on GTA 6 behind the scenes, but yeah.
Design jobs and like just general jobs around gaming paid. I was like,
yo, Mike, thanks for joining the stream, man. Oh, found you on YouTube? Great. Well, don't only find me, stick around.
I think I'm going to turn on stream. And it was like, screw this shit. There are a lot of incredibly passionate people that you will meet in the indie scene. And even if you walk into a AAA, you're still going to meet a lot of those people. And the thing is, though, it's just the reality of the job. I actually think one of the worst things about the jobs in game design, I feel like the bigger the company, the more likely you are at this point to have very inexperienced people who start out in QA and just slowly work their way up, and then all of a sudden they're managing a project that they're really not. They don't have the skill set necessarily to be in charge of. I feel like that's
there's like a term for that.
I think he's talking about this because he's working on a game. I can't remember, but
where people keep getting promoted.
I'm not
to
really
a point
interested in the whole.
Well, because they're good at their current job, they get promoted up to the next job until they're not good at the next job, because that's whenever they stop getting promoted. And like, it's definitely an issue. I see that happen with a lot of
principle. Is that what it's called?
What? I'm not sure.
Peer principle.
The peer principle. Maybe it is. And like, yeah, I think overall that's definitely been like a struggle with gaming in general, is that like there are so often times where there are changes made to games and things that are added into games that are purely made for, I mean, this is to make money, right? And there's no way that you can explain like, how is this good for players? There's no way that it's good for players. It's just, this is a parasite on the player base. It doesn't help anybody. And it actually like, and I think like the example that you gave with like the cosmetics is definitely true. Many people don't have resentment towards cosmetics whenever the end game rewards are great. But whenever the end game rewards are lacking and the cosmetics are just the end all and be all, it's like, you're either wearing a burlap sack or this giant, like massive, plate armor that has, flags coming off of it if you spend $20. Yeah, it's just, it's not good. And I think the cannibalism there is what people really resent, not necessarily the store itself. I think that's really at least how I feel about it.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think another component, by the way, when we implemented like our cosmetics that are part of the packages, is that like these aren't things you just get on day one either. Like you have to actually earn the in-game item first to apply the skin. So
really?
Yes. So it's not like you're purchasing a mount and like, I have a mount on day one. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you must achieve the comparable mount first, and then you get to apply the cosmetic as well. So like, I think what you just said is right. It's like, players have just experienced the bad way of doing cosmetics, and I think there's a good way that's healthy, and again goes to support the game, and at the same time, provides, I think, an option for less hardcore players to achieve visual diversity, things that they enjoy.
Okay,
that makes sense.
Interesting.
Rich, want to go ahead and get some questions in there? I know people.
Yeah. So, like to summarize, he might ask another question, but about the cosmetics, two really good things he's mentioned here. Number one, in-game items and appearances and silhouettes, the way you cosmetically look in-game, those will be the best ones will be achieved through in-game content. So cosmetics you buy will fall short of that. And to even apply the cosmetics that you buy, you have to achieve the item first in game anyway. So that's a pretty cool system there. Another MMO cash grab? Whoop whoop. Nah, man, like I disagree. Like, first of all, it's a free game, right? There's no box cost. It's only a monthly subscription. So if he's gonna have minor cosmetics like this, I say minor because lots of games have cosmetics. Like PoE, for example, your character is terrible looking unless you buy cosmetics. That's a major cosmetic upgrade. Or with like WoW, for example, I feel like a lot of the WoW cosmetics are on par with the in-game items that you can achieve. But here he's saying that that's not their philosophy. He said, so I don't know. I think it's a cash grab in the way of them trying to earn money, but I think their attitude is different. At least I'm hoping, right? We're going to have to see when we have more information, but I think we're on the right track.
We've had a ton of questions.
I'm already on it. I'm reading through them.
I've got one right here, and this is one from Radovan over on Twitter. He says, please ask if we will have Benji, naval combat with destroyable airships. And
Benji, I don't want to, I want to comment, but I don't want to miss his question because this question is pretty cool. But yeah, I think it is really an interesting approach. I think it's a different approach, and that it's still yet to be tested whether we all think it's a good idea. You know,
Twitter,
it might end up sucking, but
says please ask if we will have naval combat with destroyable airships, and if we will be able to make nodes on islands in the middle of the ocean or sea if there are any.
Holy shit, there's a lot of questions there. So you can't just make nodes where you choose. Nodes are predefined locations that exist within the world as they relate to nearby points of interest, right? Because again, they share those points of interest. You won't see the nodes at first, and as you do things, the nodes will then progress, and you'll be able to identify, oh, this is a node location. I'm going to do things here. It's going to have quests that loop for me, and I can, whatever. There will be some nodes that do exist on islands, so that is a yes. You won't be placing them. Are there airships that you can fly? No, there's no airships that you can fly around. Will there be I think the other part of that was like, is there naval battles and destruction? Yes, there's naval battles and ships. Yes, the ships are destroyable. One of the cool things about the ship system is that you're not just going to be able to get your ship destroyed and then like float out in the water and rejoin the battle after some like 2 minutes of repairing and spawn the ship just in the middle of the water. Ships can only be spawned from land locations. So like if you lose a battle at sea, there's a consequence there. You're not just going to have to face that same player. They're going to have to take time to come back out to you, which gives you the time for whatever the reason you destroyed that, you fought that person to either get their stuff, or to complete the raid, or to, travel with the merchandise or, whatever.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't
that's
wait.
Happened. I remember in Rust, we killed this guy's ship as he was like out at the oil rig, and I saw him swimming back by himself in the water, and I felt so bad shooting him. Because he's just alone. But
you put him out of his misery. Otherwise, he would have swum all the way back.
Yeah, I did. I had to do it.
You did a service.
So
you know what I'm excited for? I'm excited for some freaking huge Navy battles, where you get your guild and you have 10 monstrous ships versus their 10 monstrous ships. You're ramming each other, you're jumping on board, and then like if your ship gets destroyed, you're all running back to the land to rebuild and join the fight. Like, I am looking forward to those big epic battles. It'll be so cool to see the ship content in this game.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that for me, like the naval battles and the stuff, the reason why I think it's like so like really compelling is that like, what is it? Like only 13% of the ocean has been mapped out. So it's still like an unknown in a lot of ways to people.
Have you seen that UFO shit? Where there's like UFOs flying in out of the water?
Yes.
I'm telling you, you need to go rewatch The Abyss because there's some freaking underwater like alien civilization that's just watching us. Maybe we're in like a lab experiment. Yeah, exactly.
No, I've heard about that way too many times from my mom. She's very into that kind of stuff.
Oh, I'm super into that too. I constantly share videos. I share videos with my team, like on Slack all the time. I'm like, look at this one. This is a UFO. And they're just like, yeah, Steven, there's no UFO.
I know it is this time for sure. Yeah. It's not a photo glitch. No, it's UFO. 100%.
Visually, things are always subjective. So cosmetic items won't stick after the endgame items. Yeah, that's true. My problem is that cosmetics are... The way your character looks is really important in MMOs, right? And like, you want to feel like you can strut into a node or a town and have this like freaking awesome sword that no one else has. Like, you want people to like look at you and be like, whoa, dude, how'd you get that sword? Where'd you get it? And I'm scared. Like, that's why I hate cosmetics, is because it gives a way for people to buy that experience with real life money. Morse Asmongold SOS with his eyebrows, yeah.
Like ancient aliens kind of stuff.
His little Morse code eyebrows.
I don't know about the whole ancient aliens thing, but like, I don't know. You just like watch these like pilots that are like Navy career pilots, and they're like emphatically saying like, what we saw is not possible with human technology. Like, I tend to listen to what they're saying because they seem credible. But anyway, sorry, we're going off on alien topics. Oh, expansion, right? We're talking about aliens, you know?
Absolutely. There we go. There's the airship. They're not airships, they're flying saucers.
They're spaceships.
Right? Yeah. All right, Rich, you have a question?
Yeah, so I know that this is something that you've already spoken about on the show, but I do think it is a good thing to go back to. There were a few questions basically saying, is there any level of nerves going into this alpha weekend?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. No, incredible nerves. Like, I think I was up till 3:30 last night testing with testers in our Discord. And I had to get up at like 6 this morning because I couldn't sleep. We have like a last minute bug in the build that was like, I'm like, what is this bug? How did it get there? And like, I think we've solved it. Hopefully. I don't know. I had to leave the studio for this, but hopefully everything's not burning down right now. But no, I'm just kidding.
Cool.
No, yeah, there's a lot of nerve. I think the biggest nerve and probably the biggest help amongst like the community that's watching right now and our Ashes of Creation community is helping to set the right expectation again for the alpha. Like, again, this is our first alpha. There's not going to be a lot of content.
Yeah, what can we do as like players and streamers and also for viewers? Like, what can we do to make this alpha as productive for you guys as possible?
I mean, so what we're really looking for out of players is to kind of run through that progression. We want to do a lot of density testing with like sieges. We want to have players kind of move throughout the world to experience the progression systems, to experience kind of, utilizing the launcher, the patcher, connecting into the server, testing what our server architecture feels like, testing what, skill usage is going to be, playing the different types of classes. So like not just sticking with one, but making new characters and kind of running through that, going through the questing systems. Those are kind of what our objectives are. We'll be watching everything on the back end. We'll be taking into account this data. What I would say from a content perspective and from like a streaming perspective, when you're showing your audiences this, it's super important to remind them that like our process of developing this game is very different than what they might be traditionally used to. When players in the MMORPG genre see or hear the word alpha, traditionally they're expecting a localization alpha, which is essentially a Eastern ported MMORPG that's already been launched, that's already been in service. It's a completed game, and it's being brought over to North America or to Europe, and they've gone through a localization pass, and they're saying, hey, this is alpha because we would like to sell you this alpha package, and that you get to early access to the alpha package. But in reality, you're buying a completely finished game. So like our approach is completely different. This is still a developmental alpha. This is not a marketing alpha. We are in development. There is a lot of change that's going to occur over time to the project that's going to completely redefine the aspect of the game and the visuals of the game and all the content that's going to be incorporated. So making sure audiences know that they're coming into it with the right expectations, that's a super important aspect of this alpha. There are going to be components that might feel boring, but like that's what we're looking to collect data on, is things that players are doing and doing with each other in a dense location. And that's the important part of it.
You're a new game. These things happen.
Exactly.
There you go.
Somebody literally said in the chat. Somebody said in the chat, they're like, "Yeah, just throw an OTK logo on it, so you get a free pass if anything's going wrong."
Yeah,
it's all that one.
I know we have a lot of OTK fans in the studio, developers. Yeah. They were like, "Holy shit, you're going on Allcraft?" I'm like, "Yeah." They hit me up last night. I was like, "It sounds like a good time," and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe it." So we got a lot of fans.
Guys, one day we'll be as big as.
I also want to say, man, like before we get to the rest of the questions, I want to say thank you so much for coming on, especially on the eve of the show.
I'll gift all you guys in chat right now
on your birthday. Happy birthday again!
Thank you.
Thanks.
Last minute, thank you so much, man. It's really incredible to see how flexible and passionate you are with the project, like especially over this past year or so. Whenever I've been keeping up with it.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. No, I mean, again, like we do this for the players, and I
like
love any time I have to interact with players. You guys are players, and seeing kind of the audience and their feedback, that's super important to me. So I appreciate the opportunity 100%.
And this is a question that I think that we talked about a little bit before, but this is from Era at Era to the Moon on Twitter. With the MMO genre having become fairly stale over the years, are you looking to innovate the genre or perfect its current tropes?
I think we're looking to do a little bit of both. I think on the innovation side, like we have a lot of systems that I think are innovative. One of which being the nodes, which we've talked a lot about.
Yes.
Another of which is kind of our monster coin system, which is the ability for players to kind of inhabit the soul of a monster during certain events. So you use this monster coin that you can find in the world, and you become the dragon, or you become the troll, or you become one of the zombies in the horde. And as you kind of move with the event against a node, you can attack NPCs and you can attack other players. You can disable buildings by attacking and damaging the buildings. These are part of like our event systems. I think that's a cool, innovative thing that I think some games have done those in the past, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. No, I think there's a lot of stuff we're looking to innovate on, but at the same time, like I said, like you don't have to reinvent the wheel for MMORPG gamers to be content and happy. Like they're looking for content at the end of the day. They're looking for social interaction at the end of the day. A new game brings both of those things, and I think as long as they're familiar with the core systems, being level progression, adventuring class, kind of crafting, general hunting and AI experiences, like those are where your wheelhouse are, and then you can put whatever spokes you want on that wheel to innovate.
This one's coming from Coviati on Twitter. It says, will the augmentation system create distinct classes? My biggest fear is that we have these 64 super exciting class names, but in the end, a lot of them might feel the same. And are there going to be different resource management or anything like that is the question.
Oh my gosh. Whew, this is it. This is one of my biggest questions too.
So the kind of way, excuse me. The kind of way that augments work in the class system is there are 8 archetypes that exist, right? You have fighter, you have tank, you have rogue, you have ranger, you have summoner, you have mage, you have cleric,
Bard.
And you have Bard. Those are the 8 archetypes. And then as you're leveling those up, you're going to select your active skills from those archetypes. And the active skill selection is not going to change. Like the active skills are going to come from that archetype. When you select your secondary archetype to create your class, that secondary archetype is going to provide you with 4 schools of augmentation. And those schools can be applied to your active skills. So for example, in the past, we've kind of described like, one of those ideas is like if I select fighter as my primary, and I have this kind of charge ability that zooms me across the battlefield and deals some damage on X target, that's my primary ability. If I select mage as a secondary and I choose the teleportation school to apply to the charge, now instead of spending whatever time it takes to reach your target, you'll instantly teleport to the target, right? Or if I apply the elemental school from the mage secondary to the charge, instead of dealing X damage upon contact, I might now deal X damage with some elemental dot, like a fire, or they catch fire, or some electrical damage that might stun the target. Those are kind of how we create differences across, and the whole idea behind the augmentation of active abilities is that we're adhering to a traditional Trinity system, and one of the ways we want to flirt with that Trinity system is to allow their traditional role of an archetype to move in one of the directions by applying those augmentation schools of their secondary choice. And I think that gives a lot of flexibility, right? Now you're kind of playing a little bit with what your role is. Is that going to create metas? Obviously, I think from a balance perspective, it's a little bit difficult to achieve not having metas per se. But what it will do likely is, because of the Trinity-based system, you're going to have different schools of metas. And those schools of metas will now have kind of a counterplay system where it's a rock, paper, scissors, like what beats out others. And we're not focusing on like 1v1 balancing. We're focusing on party versus party. And I think that's something that is going to help as well.
Yeah, it actually, funny enough, reminds me a lot of
what. So, is there going to be new abilities with when you choose your class at level 25? Will you get new abilities, or is it only augmentations? Because I feel like augmentations are cool, but I want more. I don't know. I want more. I just want a whole bunch of abilities, I guess. Like
Final Fantasy.
Like for example, someone brought up in my classes video saying that the tank doesn't have a taunt ability. It, like, a lot of its abilities generate rage, but there's no taunt ability, right? Like, there's no ability that can take the rage away from another tank. And they're like, this sucks. Like, the tanks are gonna suck in this game. And I responded saying, well, hey, we haven't even seen the classes yet and how that's going to affect abilities. So it makes me hesitant that the classes are only going to augment instead of add new abilities and new mechanics.
You see 11 in some ways where you...
I feel like if that's the case, it's maybe a little cheap to call it a class when really it's a subclass,
Really had like that's
looks like really well rounded MMOs to me. There's limits in the genre, so these guys are doing pretty good. Okay, yeah, I could see that.
I think it was called a side job or a second job, and it was like if you were a healer and a dragoon, then all of a sudden your dragon was like healing and different things like that. But it reminds me of quite a few different systems. Very exciting, all in all. Asmon, there's one question that everybody's been asking in your chat. Do you want to ask it?
Okay, let's ask
it. Go ahead and ask it.
I'm excited now.
Is there going to be, in character customization, is there going to be a plethora of sliders for
How expansive is the character customization in Ashes of Creation?
Expanse.
Okay, I think I know now what you're talking about. So on the character creation side, our desire probably come, I would say, around the beta 1 phase, is going to be a pretty robust character creator. I really love, if I can give props to BDO's character creator, they did, I thought, a really great job.
Yeah, BDO did.
And when I think about kind of how we want to approach customization from a character standpoint, we want to provide a lot of tools, and that's going to be focused on not just like facial customization and hair customization, but body customization as well, including the torso region and other stuff along robust, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's important. One of the cool ideas that we have for a character creator is when the character creator is ready, we would love to offer that early to players so that they can play around creating characters and do little like character creator contests, and then save the character creator as well so that they can have their preset character ready to go on launch day. Because one of the things I couldn't stand as a player when launch day would come for a new MMORPG is having to decide between either spending the time I want to spend in the character creator making my character the way I want it to, or rushing to get into the server so I get ahead of the curve. And I think if you provide that to players early, it's super good, so that they can
WoW
save
Classic did that, and it was great. It was a perfect.
Am I the guy in the red shirt? Yeah, I'm the guy in the red shirt. Welcome to the stream. His shirt isn't red, right? It's like pink. Welcome to the stream, man.
solution. You could reserve your character and make it early, then everybody could log on.
Absolutely.
And I mean, back then, you only had 5 different hairstyles, so even that took extra time.
Yeah, the character creator you'll see in this alpha obviously is super bare bones. You know, you're only going to have presets available, and
cool.
You know, there's only 4 of our 9 races.
Thanks for taking out the stream. Like,
there's only 3 of the primary archetypes that are going to be available. Like I said, from a content perspective, it's very bare bones. This is going to be kind of just exploring the world. It's going to be experiencing those.
I just want to say something like about the character creator. That's just so cool. I love spending time customizing my character, making it look super good. I can't wait to make just a whole video where I just sit there messing around with the custom creator. I'm either gonna do one of two things when this game comes out. I'm either gonna make the freaking coolest Viking, just freaking beefy man, or I'm gonna make just the ugliest possible person that I can. It's one of those two things. Is there a release date for this game? No release date yet. So it's gonna be like another year and a half at least. It just released alpha this weekend, so it hasn't even gone to second alpha or any of the beta phases. So we still are a ways out, but it's looking really good. Nice to put a stamp on your alter ego though. Through the character creator and name you make. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. I read that totally wrong. Nice to put a stamp on your alter ego through the character creator. Yeah, that's true. My alter ego is either like some messed up, crazy, ugly guy, or like some Chad that's just like a freaking lumberjack. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Those 3 archetypes. It's going to be killing some monsters, doing some questing, and then participating.
Yeah, Griff, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the live stream,
acquisition.
Stick around.
All right. Well, that's great. I mean, honestly, I've been very excited. It's still kind of weird, because we had the conversation last year and the game was very far out, and you know, there were all these ideas and everything, and here we are on the eve tomorrow.
Okay, I feel like we've basically seen all the questions. They're just getting excited for tomorrow now. But yeah, will I DPS, tank, or heal? I haven't. My main character is never a support class. I don't know. I've never been drawn to that. If I was gonna do a support class, it'd be a bard. Yo, Fixo, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. There you are. There's your notification. But yeah, thanks for joining the stream. Like I said, stick around. Yeah, I would be a bard if I was a healer. DPS or tank, I kind of want to be a mix. We'll see. I really am leaning towards summoner right now. I don't know, it just sounds so cool from what they've told us so far. And I think the summoner DPS would be really cool. And the summoner tank is a blood warden. I think that's what it's called. It's called a blood warden. And that just sounds so cool to me too. So I haven't made up my mind yet. But yeah, what about you? What classes are you leaning towards?
Tomorrow it begins. Tomorrow, the first time people are actually going to be able to see what this game looks like with no NDA or anything. And are you a bit nervous?
Yeah, I'm super nervous. One of the things I've tried to tell people is that, like, if you are coming into this alpha expecting to play a game, your expectations are off.
I'm more of a PvE
like, this
guy.
Is not going to be a traditional experience of playing a game. You are participating as a tester. I included a little login screen that I would love for content creators to like kind of read to their audiences before they even start, because it kind of focuses on like expectations, on systems we're testing, and just letting audiences know it's like, hey, this is something that you get to look forward to and be a part of the process. Well, if you choose to, like, if you choose to watch, and if you choose to, join Discord or forums or Reddit or whatever, and comment on like your history and your experiences, and like watch this stuff and give feedback, that's what we're looking for, because that's what's important to us and how we can cater the development around kind of the expectations of the players.
Well, that is pretty much exactly what I think a lot of us would love to hear. And I can probably speak for a lot of people whenever I say I am so excited to see what it's going to be like, take the first steps into it and really have that experience. So, Steven, thank you so much for coming on.
Cool.
Thank you for putting so much of your own personal time and money and just effort into the game. I think that the MMO genre is going to be better because of it. Honestly, I'm really...
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'd like to get a second account and get a spine enemy guild and cause chaos from the inside. Man, there's going to be so much of that. I think so. I've never joined an RP server, right? I've never really been into the RP side of things. I've always been more of a PvE or a PvP sort of guy. But I think with Ashes of Creation, I'm actually going to be on an RP server. I think it's just going to be more fun to see the amount of chaos and like alliances and drama and politics that go on in a RP server. So I'm definitely leaning that direction right now. Give away intel to my PvP group. Yeah. If you're more into PvP, definitely be on that server. But I think what's going to be so fun is the community aspect, which is the main thing we've been lacking in MMORPGs lately, is the community. So, do EU and US have separate server groups? I don't know the answer to that, but I think so. I think they do, but I don't know. Yeah, it'd be cool if we could all play. Like, on my Discord right now, we've already started making a guild, but I think a lot of my viewers are EU, so it kind of sucks if there is two different servers. Yeah, let me get this real quick. So what games are you guys playing while you wait for Ashes to come out? Because that's basically what I'm doing. I'm just like have all these little side games I'm playing while I'm just like waiting for Ashes.
Area is not.
Let me see. I can turn us on some music here in a second. But yeah, I just wanted to link you guys. The Discord channel. There you go. Okay. Do you watch the streamer who is really popular for Ashes? I forgot his name. No, I don't. I didn't realize there was a streamer super popular for Ashes. Is it? Let's see. Twitch. Does he make videos too? Because I've kind of just been on YouTube for all of it. Who's that main streamer guy? Is it this guy right here, the Paradox Gaming?
It has 2 speeds.
No, he only has 400 followers. Oh, it's Paradox? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm following him. This Paradox guy. He's been part of the Ashes like community since the very beginning. So he's definitely one of those like neckbeard nerds, you know? Oh, I guess there's 400 people watching him right now. Okay. So yeah, he is definitely the big guy around. Are you saying you don't like him? He's arrogant? Yeah. I don't know. I followed him because I was actually wanting to collab with him. I was trying to do a collaboration video with him, but he wasn't interested. But, I mean, heck, I'm a new guy. You guys are here watching me on Twitch. How many I have like 10 followers on Twitch. Yeah. What? Okay. For some reason, the Discord link didn't make it to here. There you go. There you go. Man, what the heck? There you go. All right, we're gonna mute that because that's gonna get annoying. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I wasn't trying to guilt you guys into following. What I was trying to say is, like, I'm a small fry, so it makes sense why he wouldn't want to, like, partner with me. You know what I mean? Or do a collab. Yeah. Benji, you're playing Shadowlands? Okay. Yeah, Shadowlands is Shadowlands. I played Shadowlands and yeah. I don't know. It's been kind of boring lately. Benji the Hunter, thank you for the follow, guys. Man, I can't honestly, this is the most viewers I've ever had on Twitch. And 5 isn't that many, but hey, I'm having a lot of fun. All of my time has been mainly focused on YouTube, just putting out Ashes of Creation videos. And I just want to show you guys this. I'm going to open up my analytics, show you behind the scenes. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this spike in activity. I went from getting like 500 views a day to bam, close to 4,000 views every day. What the heck? It's gotta be because the alpha just came out. It's crazy. Rats, you seem like a wholesome guy. Thanks, man. Fixo, that means a lot. Like, I really want to play Ashes with you guys. I think the people that have stopped by in my streams and chatted and stuff, I really want to form a community. So hopefully there's a server that all works out. It's the hype for this game. Yeah, probably. Like I said, this last weekend is when the alpha came out. So I think there was just way more YouTube searches and stuff, and seeing that the majority of my videos are Ashes of Creation stuff. Like, this live stream will probably be broken down into like 3 different videos for Ashes of Creation. But I also think it really is because of this one video too. Like, all my videos are getting like 500 views each. It's pretty good. But man, this video is freaking skyrocketing. 18,000 views? Dang. It's pretty good. Ashes of Creation has more viewers on Twitch than EVE Online? No way. Are you serious? And it's not even out yet. That is crazy. I mean, EVE Online is just so fun. I love EVE Online. I played it a long time ago. So I haven't played it recently with all the updates and stuff. EVE Online is dying at the moment, which is sad because EVE Online is just so cool. The concept, the massive scale of it. I love EVE Online. And honestly, like, if I had to choose between like space games and medieval games, I always go space games. Unfortunately, Ashes isn't like a space sci-fi game. I'm still crazy about it though. Yeah, EVE is way too much for me to wrap my head around. Yeah, EVE does seem like really, like, you almost have to study it. But it seems really cool. Yeah, who knows, guys? Maybe one day I'll be one of these big streamers that just have a casual 400 people watching him at a time. It's more of a hobby than a game. Oh, really? That's interesting. What the heck? So if you pause it, I was gonna say, if you pause it, it goes to an ad. That's weird. Yeah, he's really upped his game. Like, a year ago when I was trying to do a collab with him, he was a small fry. Like, he didn't have all these cool borders and stuff. Anyway. I'm sure you'll do well in your streaming. You seem really sound. Great. Thanks, man. I feel like I just started taking it seriously recently, so we'll have to see. I'm having a lot of fun streaming. That's crazy. Like, you know, the FOMO has been a real thing this last weekend, because for me making so many videos about Ashes of Creation and not forking up $500 to play it, I've definitely had FOMO, where I just feel like I'm gonna miss this opportunity with the Alpha 1, like making content, getting more viewers, streaming on Twitch, you know? So FOMO has definitely been real, but I've had to like address that with myself and be like, dude, it's just FOMO. Like, you're gonna grow regardless, and you're gonna like have a community and have fun and be able to talk with people, even if you're not getting it in this very moment. So I've just been like calming myself and be like, dude, don't spend $500. It's not worth it. Just wait and check it out. Yeah, how do you guys feel about New World? I'm really excited for New World. I'm excited for the crafting aspect of it. I wasn't like a huge fan of the PvP aspect, and they didn't really focus very much on PvE, so I was like a little disappointed by that. But the crafting sounds really fun. I've not checked it out, so I don't know. Yeah, I should wait to purchase it. I agree. Yeah, I've been excited for New World. Like, I'm definitely gonna play it when it comes out, but I'm not excited enough to make videos about it, you know, and dedicate my channel to it. Really, my channel is just me messing around doing whatever I want anyway, so Ashes just happens to be the thing I'm most interested in right now. Yeah. It's interesting because most of the games I play when I'm not doing MMORPGs or just RPGs in general is like strategy games. Can you play alpha now? Yeah, I think they shut it down because it's the 12th. But you'll be able to play again pretty soon. Like, we can go to their website and see the that's not it. Where's the calendar update? Alpha 1 schedule. Okay. It's right here. So yeah, July 9th through the 11th is what people are playing. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but there's lots of videos on YouTube. Like, Asmongold released a video of him playing it. So it was open for what, 2 days, 3 days? If you're serious about streaming though, being able to stream actual gameplay would really help your numbers here. Yeah, like if I was actually playing Ashes of Creation right now, I'd have way more numbers. But the alpha key is $500. Yeah, that's the problem, man, is like I just don't have $500 to spend on playing Ashes right now. And it would be one thing if Ashes was really fun to play right now and there was just so much content. But really in one streaming session, like I could sit down for 8 hours and stream Ashes and I would have done every quest in Ashes. So there's just nothing to, like, it's not worth $500 to get a couple more viewers attached. So yeah, if we go to the shop, here's the shop. Here's the latest cosmetic packs. Here's the Alpha 1. It's $500. So if you want to play Alpha 1, you have to pay $500. You get other stuff with it, but still, man, it's not worth it. Yeah. So, I mean, I can keep making videos and live streaming without playing the game. I might grow a little bit slower. That's the FOMO kicking in, right? Like, man, I could just be growing so much faster right now, but hey, it's more about me just having fun than it is about growing the channel. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah. FOMO is fear of missing out. Yeah. So having fear that you're going to miss out on an opportunity. So like paying $500. It's all about fear of missing out. Like, oh shoot, I'm going to miss this short window. Yeah. Oh, okay, I haven't heard it expressed like that before. Yeah. Cool. Cheers. Yeah, for sure, guys. I'm gonna play another game now. You guys might not be interested in this because it's not Ashes, but I'm gonna play Urktuk. So feel free to stick around. If not, guys, I keep streaming about Ashes stuff, so keep coming around. And thank you for the follows. Holy cow. We've had, what, 5 follows today so far? That's crazy. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so let me just change my category on Twitch here. Then we'll get into this. Come on, there we go. Got that ominous music. Okay. So we just had probably the hardest battle. Yeah, we just had probably the craziest, hardest battle that we've ever played through so far. And it killed everyone. So I think it's really important to start forming a second group of people. Yeah, the only two people here, let me close this. The only two people that survived was our monk. I don't know. Oh, and our berserker. I keep calling him warrior, but he's our berserker. Is there another... Is there something else making sound here? No? I guess not. The music was just kind of weird. Okay, let's get back to this. So you basically have to hold out. We basically have to hold out for like 6 days. Oh shoot. We have a legendary weapon here that we can go fight. Yo, what's your YouTube channel? I'll subscribe to that too. Man, what the heck? You are too good to me today. Yeah, let me link it to you. Okay. Here. This is my channel. Right there. If it's not going through, bam, 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 bam. Okay. I think you got it. Yeah. Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Alright, guys. So we have a legendary item right here that we can go get. Whew. Okay, I need to change out of this shirt though, because wearing a long sleeve shirt in the middle of summer was a bad idea. So I'm gonna be right back. Hold on. Okay, there we go. This shirt's gonna be way more comfortable. Won't be like sweating in this long sleeve shirt here. Okay. What will the name of my Ashes character be? It will probably be... okay, so I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to this. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn this down a little bit. But it's gonna be something like Adam Beard, because my name is Adam Baird, and everyone growing up, everyone got me mixed up with that. So I'm always Adam Beard, which is weird, but hey, that's been my name lately. Adam Beard. Okay, this fortress can be captured. Doesn't give us anything besides being a fortress. We definitely need to just heal up for a second. Yeah, cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, Adam Beard. I usually have facial hair too, but I shaved today because I had a job interview. I like having facial hair, but sometimes when it gets to a point, my wife does not like it. Okay, so let's move here. We got to be a little bit careful. Okay, so we gained a level. We'll have him repeat this. We don't have any bounty hunters coming after us right now. We do have these beasts attacking this village, though. We could take it over. Gotta be a dwarf with that name? Yeah, man. Dude, in Ashes of Creation, the female dwarfs can have beards too, which is just so crazy. Like, I've never seen a game like fully implement that. That's great. Yeah. What's up with all that ref, cuz? What do you mean ref? What does ref mean? I'll choose the name Vasquez. I think it sounds quite mystical and suits a spellcaster. Yeah, Vasquez is a great name for a spellcaster. You saw what? What did you see? Am I missing something? Red? Oh, you're talking about my shirt? I'm still in the dark, guys. Yo, thanks for the subscribe, man. Tyler Martin. Also, Benjamin Hunter. Thank you for the... Oh, no. Yeah. I saw the subscribe notification before I saw it on the stream. Yeah, thanks, Tyler. I appreciate it. We're just gonna play some Urk-Tuk right now. It's a strategy game. Man, what the heck? Okay. So... I definitely want to start developing some of these characters here. Get them going. The bearded female dwarves? Yeah. It's just so good. Yeah, I'm not going to play bearded female dwarf, but I think it'd be pretty fun to see them running around, you know? Alright, I'm just going to waste time here. We have a spearman. Do I want to start training a second spearman? I already have one. Engaging strike. On normal attack, enemy gets engaged. Okay. We don't have any like really good people that I want to train second though. So we'll have him repeat this. So what? 3 more turns, 2 more turns. Oh yeah, and there was one guy aimed shots. No, this isn't it. There was one guy that had an awesome mutation I wanted to kill him for. Was it one of the monks? I can't remember. Yeah, Griff. Which one do you want to be? Are you gonna DPS, tank, or heal for Ashes? Okay, the infected creatures have left. Yeah, I feel like they're not gonna have the classes fleshed out until the end of this year when it comes to the beta tests. So we'll kind of have to see to learn more about the classes. Alright, we could probably spend one more day. And then let's fight these guys. Okay. Oh shoot, this is one of these ones. We'll have this guy flank, these two defend. You'll stand back here. And I want to take you out. I don't want you in here. We're gonna put you in instead. Oh, do you have to be in here? An orc healer would be really cool. Vasquez. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool setup. Wait, how do I bring him back? I swear there was a way to bring him back. Oh, okay, there you go. So I guess your main guy always has to be out, which is a little unfortunate. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go here. We'll raise this ground. We'll stand here. I can't bring him too close into battle because he's almost dead. Wrap him around the side to flank. I'm gonna shoot and watch some Ashes stuff. See ya. Okay, man. See ya. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, so this battle is easy, but our main character's severely injured, so if he dies, we lose the game. So high stakes, but let's do this. Yeah, let's fast forward through all this. Whew. Okay, so we could basically kill any of these guys. With him. Yeah, let's just keep you here. And let's see. So he can attack, swap, and taunt. That's okay. Charge. Oh shoot. Target must be in direct line of sight. Oh, okay, so it doesn't force them back 1 square, which is all I really care about. I'm a little scared to put him over here. Yeah, we're gonna have to move our tank down here. 1 tank up there, 1 tank down here, and then we'll move in this guy in the middle. And the next turn he'll attack. Oh, I thought that was my guy he killed. I was like, shoot. Yeah, this game is just not forgiving. Oh, I thought I was gonna be able to kill him. That was my bad. I guess he'll die next turn because he's bleeding. Okay, let's give some lifesteal to some people. Just because things are about to get real. I'm just gonna keep him flanking. Dang, they're going after my main guy. Okay, let's swap, raise this ground, and finish him off. Okay, so we're definitely gonna run in the Berserker into the middle of all of this. He's just so strong. I'm actually surprised he didn't kill him. Shoot, how did he make it past? They're going for my main guy, which is a huge problem. Give my main guy lifesteal. Yeah, that's scary. Wow, I can't believe I made it out. Alright. Yeah, he's dead. We have to take him out just because of the attacks of opportunity. So let's bring in our monk here. So my main guy's poisoned. Honestly, I think we're okay. Let's just give him lifesteal. Alright. I have to come in here and take out this guy because he's just healing everyone. Yeah, I don't really need to do anything with this guy. Maybe I should run him in and have him be the DPS. So let's come over here, raise some land. Okay, he's got him. Does the map carry on to the next fight? I'm not sure. Alright, let's run everyone down and go attack this guy. Yeah. Good hit. Oh my gosh, he lived. What the clutch. Alright, we'll have my Berserker finish him off. Again, that was an easy fight. We didn't want to take a risk. Oh wow, but they have some... They have some really good ones here. Counter-Strike. Oh shoot, I'm just reading Counter-Strike differently now. I've been investing so much money into Counter-Strike, but I don't think it's worth it. I'll take these though. Okay. Two more days. Birdie is such a good one. Yeah, what we're just trying to do is up our vitality now. Yeah. Legendary Weaponsmith. Yeah, I really want this one. Let's come over here and just see what this one is. This one is just like a random event. So let's just end a day. This one would be good to go to as well. Maybe we should start on this side and make our way over. Alright, let's do this one first. Oof. Okay, so we have the high ground. But their guys are pretty scary. So we definitely want him here, because if anyone comes up to this side, you can just bash him in a whole bunch. Yeah. That'll be good. Then we'll put him here. Ooh, I'm scared putting him so close. We'll put you on this side. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have to be real smart how we do this. Critical strike is just his focus ability. Yeah, the Valador Assassin's really scary. Fire crossbow, challenge. Yeah, these guys are pretty scary here. Okay, he can lead. He's another assassin. What about you? Okay, you can ram. Shoot. That might have been a really bad idea. Yeah, let's give him mages. Put him back here. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought I messed up big time, but we're okay. Unfortunately, I didn't get any damage off. Kinda sucks. The problem is he's gonna ram him onto here. What is this? He has critical strike for 3 charges. Ooh. Yeah, let's not let them backstab us. Okay. We need to be really careful how we approach this. Oof. My tank guy is really struggling. Okay, who do we want to focus here? It's got to be the... Oh, no. Well. Things just got way more interesting. Okay, he has the lead. It's gotta be this guy, right? Yeah. I'm gonna bring you over here. How do we want to play this? Do I want to step him up? His shield and helmet is almost down. And that was just one round of guys. It's kind of scary. What if I just do shield ally? Okay, so we could attack with him. I mean, should we? Yeah, let's go for it. Just kidding. We're just gonna stay right here. Oof. Standing up here and just getting pelted by archers doesn't sound like the best idea. So let's come over here. Let's give you both lifesteal. Okay, you're almost dead, so let's not do that anymore. Okay. Us whittling these guys out one by one is gonna be huge. We'll shield ally again. Have him come in here. Ooh, huge damage, yeah. Just melted through. Just melted through him. Okay, that was awesome. That was really good. We're playing this perfectly. Just gonna come stand over here. Okay, so do these guys have stalwart? Shoot, they do. Okay, all we need to do is take out these guys. Okay. It's easy peasy now. I'll just come stand them up here so we can be a target for the ranged guys. And this guy's dead. Yeah, and he's dead too. Okay, sweet. Ooh, legendary shield. Fast thinker. When battle begins, your focus ability is instantly available ×2. Nice. Acid. Do I have anyone who's building with acid right now? I don't. I mean, he already has acid built in. Bleeding criticals. Yeah, we're giving you vitality. Then you are... Okay. We do have maxed out bleeding criticals already. So maybe we should focus on acid. What is this? Okay. Nice, there we go. Okay, I think it was him that we wanted to kill. We want to kill him with this. Our Death Stone. So if we... feast. Yeah, the Deathstone to be used on Feast isn't super exciting to me. Yeah, we'll chuck the shield for now. Alright, let's go get this legendary guy. We'll re-equip our Flesh Eater. When adjacent ally unit or enemy dies, heal. Yeah, we'll give him Stalwart. Yeah. Birdie's pretty cool, but just taking down 33% max HP. It's kind of scary. He would just be so good at his damage output though. Yeah, let's upgrade Birdie to negate the max HP. Alright. This is gonna be a hard one. Here's our legendary. Oof. Look at this group. Okay, so we basically want our tanks down here. We'll run you to the front line to start raising some barricades. We'll have you flank and you in the middle here. So we're gonna come over here and raise some ground. Move you over this way. You can be over here. They're basically all gonna mic. Oof, okay. I guess we're in the thick of it now. Okay, I have to be careful of this guy because he's coming right for Urktuk here. So let's give Urktuk Ages. Keep wrapping around our flanker. And let's go swap him out, actually. And we'll wrap him over this way, too. The problem with beasts is I feel like they all have feast. And they don't have armor, they just have really high health and feast. And Let's give him lifesteal, why not? I'm actually just gonna have this guy sit back for a second. What's scary is these guys wrapping around and flanking. So I gotta be a little careful. And it's also scary because Urktuk is right here. And he's gonna move next, so he's gonna suck in Urktuk. So unfortunately I have to move Urktuk back here. I can't attack with him. Man. I feel like we were doing so good. Dang it, my guy's out of breath. I should have checked that. So I can finish this guy off. Yeah, let's finish this guy off so that people will be drawn over here to my tanks. I could come stand over here. And try to kill this guy. Yeah. They're still flanking on that side. Okay, that was a good hit. Come over here. We could give this guy sacrifice and heal him. I mean, heck, let's do it. These guys can attack and swap. And they have a damage recovery buff. I'm just gonna try to take out this guy so he's not being flanked on either side. Okay, we do have to be aware of how we're being flanked over here. Keep this guy healed up. Man, he attacked 3 times? Dang. Okay, we got this guy down. We're making progress. So I kind of feel like I need to run this guy back over here to help protect. I feel like my guys here will be able to handle him. Oh shoot, and this is the guy we're trying to protect here. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Ooh, and our tank is actually struggling here too. Come over here. Okay. And now everything needs to be just focusing on saving this guy. Yeah, we'll just run him straight through all of that. We'll kill him. And we'll swap him out. Now it's this guy that I'm worried about. Come on. Taunt, swap, attack. Yeah, I have some guys. Let's see. Let's come over here, swap him out, and hit him. So he's dead, yeah. We got this. Achievement trait learned. Support your allies with assist. Okay. That's huge. That's huge. 60% chance to help with attacking. That's really big. Yikes, this guy's gonna be a rough one. Wait, what the heck? Come on. I can't swap? 'Cause he's taunted? That's so frustrating. Dang, that really sucks. Just has so much healing, it's freaking crazy. Like, we didn't really lose anything, but we could have gained the legendary weapon master. So sad. Increase agility by 12, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we just save. Bounty hunters are on their way. Okay. Let's level him up. Maybe give him some more strength. Okay. What we really need is life essence. So we could try to make it up to this town to fight the bounty hunters. Or we could just meet them head on. Okay. We have some pretty good choke points here. Moles are digging through the terrain there? Well, that can't be good. Do I need to defend? That guy's almost dead, which is pretty decent. don't like that. Wait, do they just dig you down deeper and deeper? It's interesting how they're not coming over this way. I think I should just keep this guy here so he could ram someone into the spike pit. Yeah, so we'll stand you here because when they come up and attack, you'll just knock them down into this hole. Nice. He has Necro Skin. Grants total damage reduction. Yeah. Our warrior's just so strong right now. I'm gonna come over and help out on this side. Man, this guy's such an idiot. I hate how bad the computer is. Let's shield him. Sweet. That's one guy dead. Nice. Oh, whoa. Huge hit from him. All right, then. Oh, shoot. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. Dang, that sucked. Dang. Fast thinker? Interesting. When battle begins, your focus ability. Man, that's so sad. Alright, let's heal him. 10 turns. Shoot. Maybe one day we'll meet us again. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like flesh and blood aren't really helpful right now. We just need life essence. We have so much medicine. So I feel like all I need to do is just scavenge with these guys. Yeah, just scavenge. Yeah, let's run up to our village. Oh, it doesn't heal him. Shoot. I didn't realize that. Yeah, dang. So do we just run in circles? Try to avoid these bounty hunters? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Oh, this was a bad choice. This was a really bad choice. Because wherever I move now, they're just gonna come for me. Shoot. I think I should be okay. $13. Oof. This is scary. Front line, front line. Flanker guy over here. You over here, maybe? No. If anything, our front line should be here in the middle brunt of the battle. Okay, we need to read what these guys do. Charge. So this guy charges him, but he doesn't. But it's not like he's ramming us. Yeah. I mean, we're not really that close to any spike pits, so maybe we don't have to worry about being rammed. Oh, but he does have bash. It's a special attack. Look how scary this guy is. Shoot. Oh, man. I honestly think it might be best to engage him like this. But not him, though. Dang it. He has bash. He has bash and move. Is this the end? This can't be the end, right? Why are they... Wait, that was so strange. Is he just gonna die? Wow. Okay. Got some major heals on this guy. Nice. Big damage, that's what I like to see. That guy's scary. Let's come in here, give you lifesteal. Give you lifesteal. Just walk him far away. Oh my gosh, he's right next to the spike pit. Too bad he has Stalwart. That's crazy. Ooh, big damage. Nice. We got this. Easy peasy. Man, he just eats through their armor. Nice. Hey, we got it. We've collected every piece of the tattoo. Now we can determine the exact location of the map. Dang, that is awesome. Gain critical strike on your next attack. Action Man is pretty interesting. Yeah, that's awesome. Where did it reveal? Is it up here? I thought it said somewhere in the north. I hate how it shakes when you zoom out like that. I mean, we might as well defend them. We're right here. Maybe not. What the heck are we doing? Luckily, it's pretty congested for them. Having an extra ranged person right now would be really helpful. So whenever one of them dies, they get damage recovery, which just makes it so it's really hard. Like, eventually we'll hit a wall. They're going to be recovering so much. Let's give you lifesteal, you lifesteal. I feel like we basically just have to keep giving them lifesteal. Got some big damage. Okay, one of them got feared. That was really good. Take out the ranged guys. Okay. We could probably... Yeah. Got really good on that hit there. Okay. Got rid of some armor. Ooh, 3 times. That was really, really good. Okay, that was a little risky, making him that low of health and then running him in like that. We're getting flanked now too. Nice hits. Man, the Retaliate is a beast. Oof, I just do no damage to him. This guy is so beefy. But we're wearing him down. Okay, he's dead. Oh. Oh. How is my guy not dead yet? Wow. That's crazy. Man, my monk held in there. Got some pretty interesting stuff. We already have our max level recovering criticals too. Hey, you know what, guys? I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. We had some really good fights. Thick skin. Yeah, I felt like we had some pretty decent fights here. I feel like Retaliate's pretty good on him. Yeah, anyway, I think we had a pretty good setup here. Bleeding criticals. It's already maxed. So yeah, thanks for all the support, guys. We got like 1 million followers and subscribers today. It was really fun. I had a really fun time streaming, and keep your eyes open on YouTube for all these videos. But we're gonna end it here. And as always, guys, break a leg.